Nice OBS. What? Yeah, it shows up. Up and around again. I'm so confused. OBS says I'm not live. I don't. It's just lying to me. I don't. Chat. Hello. I know it sent out the notif, but I don't know if it's like. Here, let me restart it. Here, give me a second, chat. I don't know what's going on. My OBS is wrong. I'd love to join your live stream whenever you're streaming. Have me on Discord. You know, Cody, I would love to. But I don't add random people. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not showing on OBS. Oh, now it is. It's just late. Okay. You know, let's put on classy for this. That's a good one. Let's start out with no one that you love. Here, let's start here. We're on the road to 300 today for actual Destiny stuff. So. Okay. This week in Destiny, we are sharing more details about the new content coming to the Desert Perpetual raid, as well as some changes we have planned for the portal in September. Might look like that's still very far away, but nope. Ash and Iron updates dropping on September 9th. It's just a bit over 2 weeks, but let's stay focused on the present for now. Here are the topics for today. I have the same worry about Ash and Iron. Pick the wrong song. That I did with Edge of Fate. That there's not actually enough, and that's why they're not showing anything. We've seen nothing for Ash and Iron. And it's supposed to be another 3-month thing. We've seen nothing. Introducing the Epic Raid. Still haven't done the normal. Updates come into the portal and Ash and Iron. A monument to seasons past. Interesting. Complete your seasonal challenges soon. And then Mayhem. Okay. On July 19th, the Desert Perpetual raid was released to the world. We wanted to deliver a unique experience that allowed for replayability, challenging encounters, and more customizable difficulty thanks to the new feats system. But that was not all. They also didn't test anything. Get ready for the epic version of the raid, which will permute and expand on the original starting September 20th. 10 a.m. So after Ash and Iron releases. Is that the raid gear for this? That's not the raid gear for this raid. Okay. Building on the original, the epic version introduces new challenges, rewards, and pursuits. Changes to the mechanics of each encounter will test the coordination of your fire team. Complete them to earn new legendary weapons and new set bonuses and armor drops. A new quest further unravels the mysteries of space and time, unlocks an attunement system for the raid vendor, and rewards a catalyst for the raid's exotic weapon, Whirling Ovation. All this and more, but we aren't going to spoil it here. You'll have to dive in for yourself on the 20th. 30 days away. For the first 48 hours, 2 days, after the epic raid version of the raid has launched, contest mode will be active. During this time, enemies are a lot tougher, more aggressive, and will be playing at a fixed power level disadvantage. So team play, good strategies, and inventive approaches are key for success. We've updated loot for contest mode, so now your first clear of each encounter and contest will drop raid tier 5 gear. Crazy. And if you complete all of them, you can claim an exclusive emblem, the raid exotic, and its catalyst. Also, you'd better start organizing your fire team if you want to compete in our world's first race. I wonder if Moon would want to try. Actually, let me message him. Tomorrow on Friday, we're doing a King's Hall raid that I'll probably stream. Epic. Desert Perpetual. Day 1. Raid race. Did I spell perpetual right? No, I didn't. We'll see if we get a response. Not swap. With the release of the Epic Raid, to keep success in encounters focused on action gameplay and create a level playing fields for players across platforms, we're rolling out a new version of Not Swap for contest mode. Modifier will now reset your super and ability energy, special ammo, and heavy ammo, as well as remove all ammo and orbs on the ground when you change exotic or legendary armor or weapon ammo types. Will take effect when 3 or more feats are activated in the standard difficulty of the Epic Raid. The experience has been tuned around this modifier. We'll share more info in a future TWID. Or you could just make it so you don't need to swap. That's it. There's a better way to do this. You could just have it, just lock the loadout. That's not hard. Featured gear and seasonal mods. Nobody likes the featured gear system. In 3 months, when Ash and Iron is done and Renegades is out, this raid will be meaningless, and so will all the content from Edge of Fate. So this needs to leave. The bonuses to damage and damage resistance granted by the artifact when using currently featured gear will be active this time during the contest mode weekend. Similarly, seasonal mods can be slotted into featured weapons. Okay, so they're not actually getting rid of it. We can't share a list of banned items yet, though. Why? That'll be available on a date closer to the raid release, but it might look a bit different to last time given the changes to build swapping. Why? Why are you waiting? Integrity of the challenge. Launch weekend of the raid is a unique moment for D2 players. Teams all over the world will face one of our toughest challenges, so we want a clean competition. So our security team will be watching closely. Yeah, real close. Analyzing every encounter and raid completion to find any players that break our terms of service. Ignoring the few thousand players that cheated with the first raid. I don't know how they didn't see any of that until it was brought up. We won't hesitate to remove players during the raid race and issue bans as needed to defend the integrity of the race. In other words, don't cheat, don't play with cheaters, or you'll face the consequences. Up to a week or two after it's done. Since we are talking about the raid, let's share some new info about the updated rewards. You can earn extra rewards from clearing all encounters. Ooh. In addition, we're introducing 2 weekly challenges. First gives an extra piece of loot from your first clear of an encounter each week in either version. Completing the challenge will unlock an additional one that provides bonus loot from just the Epic Raid. And the loot from these challenges has both seasonal power and drops at an upgraded tier based on the number of active feats. Okay. We're also making some improvements to the gear tier. We are removing the requirement to complete Combined Mastery Triumph to increase your gear drop tier. Good. Now all of it will drop at tier 2 in standard and tier 3 in epic, no matter your current power level. This should have been done from the beginning, man. In addition, we've added a chance for all gear earned during the full clear to drop at up to 2+ levels from your base tier. So up to tier 4 and 5. Last and often requested feature for raids, Surviving with Ash and Iron, players who complete the map and compass quest, as well as the epic raid, can then approach the simulant Ansible to receive a new quest. Completing it will unlock the ability to attune to any previously acquired gear from the Desert Perpetual. Cool. And then you get a bag and a jacket. Portal updates. Ooh. Hey Guardians, Portal Dev Team here. We see that you are all loving Caldera and K1 Logistics. Maybe a little too much. What do you mean by the mines? Salt mines? Oh, either way, in Ash and Iron, we're adding more variety to the portal, keeping all activities worthwhile, but also making them more time equivalent and risk and challenge equivalent while you progress your power. They needed to add everything to the portal before putting it out. Portal is a better place when there are more options to play that are optimal or close enough. You don't feel constrained to a handful of missions to play. We need Fireteam Ops to be a better place to play, either with your friends, with new friends via Fireteam Finder, do matchmaking, or even as a solo guardian wishing to do a solo strike. So some ops categories are going to get increased rewards, and some ops categories are going to get slightly reduced rewards. That's okay. Solo ops dominance is especially stark between 400 and 450. The best way to attain prime engrams is to get grade A's as fast as possible. We want to make this a more interesting portion of the game, one that makes attaining prime engrams in the portal more rewarding. Starting next week, we are increasing the time limits in Fireteam Ops direct launch matchmaking tiers, giving players significantly more time to complete challenging match-made grandmasters. This should help players reach A grades more consistently, resulting in better rewards. Okay. That's a good change. Additionally, we have more improvements planned for the portal. Time bonus system should give more value in trading off speed versus killing everything in kill-based activities, and have a more meaningful role in earning scores. Good grades and Fireteam Ops should be less risky, less challenging to get than they are now, and closer to solo and pinnacle ops activities. Fireteam Ops should be at least as good a place to earn power as solo or pinnacle, and match-made Fireteam Ops should be more viable at higher power levels. The way that equip power and account power work is confusing. We're fixing that. Yippee. We would like more variety in pinnacle ops, including a way to earn pinnacle ops gear via matchmaking. They should have just... all they really needed was just to put everything from the world tab in the portal before releasing the portal. And that would be half of this would be fixed. We would like to get more regular opportunities to matchmake into marquee activities like Onslaught and the Coil. We want to make it easier and more obvious for people in the fire team to get the best rewards, even at wide power differentials. Differences, same thing. We think various banes, challenges, and boons should be well balanced against each other. We also think there should be more things to do in general. As we add brand new activities to the portal and bring older legacy activities in, we want to be able to feature these more effectively for daily power gain. It would be great if conquests were repeatable for portal rewards. They should just put the raids in. I don't know. The raids can't be that hard to tune to add feats to. Same with dungeons. I don't know why they're so hesitant. We also haven't seen anything for Ash and Iron about location or what actually is being added. In Ash and Iron, we have more substantial changes and additions coming. They are by no means final, so expect more in the future. Let's go over them. Ultimate difficulty. Ultimate difficulty will be available when it launches September 9th. It's available starting at power 451. Ultimate includes 2 new player stakes. Pressure Cooker, finish under the time limit or get kicked to orbit. Extinction, all players are limited to a single life, no revives. These are optional stakes intended to provide the most significant challenge to even the most experienced Guardians, and includes score boosts to match. Ultimate Fireteam Ops matchmaking will open in week 10, the week after Ash and Iron launches. So the second week of September. Or the third week. Third week of September. Platinum and Diamond rank rewards, or reward ranks. My brain's dead. Players can reach Platinum and Diamond reward ranks, which run from 450 to 499 power, and 500 to 550 power, respectively. While in Platinum and Diamond, you can earn A+ grade in PvE. You need A+ to qualify for Tier 5 gear until Platinum 3, where A grades start giving Tier 5. Once you reach Diamond 1, B+ qualifies you for Tier 5, and at Platinum 3, even a B will get you Tier 5. This, like, we're getting really close to just PvE leaderboards. Reward multiplier changes. We're changing the reward multiplier to use account highest power rather than equipped power to determine the base of the multiplier. Good. That's so lame to use this one from the beginning. This applies to PvE in the portal also. Again, good. You'll need to have new or featured armor on to get up to a 10% scoring bonus. No swapping at the end of the activity, however. There are 5 new portal score boosters in Ash and Iron Reward Pass, but you don't lose your score boosts if you got them from the Reclamation Pass, so you keep them. You can still earn 3% for each of the new boosts, to 15% total score boost. If you're already at 15, you get 10 enhancement cores instead of the boost. Time limit adjustments. All activities have had their time limit adjusted based on actual play data in the past few weeks, rather than pre the Edge of Fate times. Many things are coming down to a reasonable level. Looking at you, 35-minute Star-Crossed timer, and you 2 8-minute Caldera timer. Other things are increasing. Liminality, Inverted Spire, Onslaught to give you more time to get those bonus points. Bonus timer will award a minimum of 5% score bonus for coming in under the timer. In the future, we're looking at ways to help you visualize this in the customization screen when looking at your projected score. Loadout restrictions. Oh boy. When we launched Edge of Fate, we were worried about the effects of loadout swapping in the portal with Armor 3.0, so we significantly increased the scoring value for locked loadout, making it very advantageous to play with. This made it a bit too easy to earn good scores in expert difficulty, compared to adding banes and challenges and raising the combat level of the activity. We're bringing locked loadout back down to where we originally imagined it and are opening up some design space for some new loadout modifiers. We're adding a new loadout player stake called Touche, which combines locked loadout and avant-garde restrictions. I haven't seen anybody like avant-garde as a stake. It's too restricting. We're also adding a selection of new loadout restrictions modifiers, loadout restrictions modifiers alongside these, starting at the expert tier. Explosive weapons. Medieval weapons, you can guess which. Old West weapons, yeehaw. Okay. So swords and glaives. I don't even know what else. All these also include restrictions for new and featured armor, similar to Avant-Garde, but the weapons could come from anywhere and any time, even from 1963. Initially, these include appropriate weapon categories, but eventually we want to expand the value of these by taking into account specialized frames, like we do for Rocket Pulse, or Rocket Pistol and Pulse Above. Works like Dragonfly, full auto retrofit. I cannot read today, my goodness. And special case exotic weapons like Mythoclast or Sunshot. Okay. Now, if you're thinking that these restrictions are going to make it challenging to counter champions and master missions and above, we agree. That's why they come with a really juicy scoring bonus to compensate you for your troubles. Also, you won't see any of these as randomized modifiers and match-made activities. These are just for customized activities. Okay. So they're not just going to spring it on you like Grappler or the haste thing. Data, experience, and rewards. This is bad. Bungie should want this and the Fireteam mobs to switch. Our goal for individual activity rewards was to create a consistent value across all activities. While each activity is unique in its own way, it can be preferred by different players. We created groupings based on length and difficulty to reward players' effort. As we've been analyzing activity data, seeing players become more familiar with the activities, buffs, and creating new strategies, it's clear that some activities are harder than we expected. Lotus Court and others are easier, such as Encore. Crazy. We can see that some activities, Soul Ops and Crucible, have a narrow distribution. There's significantly less variation in duration. Activities with lower, wider shapes, Fireteam Ops and Pinnacles, that was my water bottle if you heard that, have a significantly higher variation in duration, usually meaning the activity is harder and separates player by skill more effectively. We already expected some of this to happen due to the inclusions of longer activities like Onslaught and the Coil, but we want to make sure that activities that are more challenging and longer still feel meaningfully rewarding. Right now, I've only seen people do Encore for Pinnacle stuff. Like the other dungeons, Hell's Fall, I've not seen a single one. I've seen some of Starcrossed and Whisper, kind of like how they show down here. Hell's Fall, I haven't seen anyone touch that when it's come through. As part of that, we also want to make sure the activities that are easier, or that are easier than anticipated, don't become the only activities you should run. Looking at Pinnacle Ops. It's clear that there are two general groups, the shorter ops like Whisper and Starcrossed, and the longer ones like Encore and Hell's Fall, which lead us to the following changes. Encore. End activity engrams reduced to 2. Mid activity chests reduced to 2. Starcrossed reduced to 1. And Whisper mid activity chest removed. Okay. That's not going to make people play Hell's Fall, though. If people already aren't playing Hell's Fall because it takes too long and doesn't give a good amount of rewards, if Encore still takes the same amount of time, even with less rewards, and it's still faster than Hell's Fall, it's still going to be better to do, because you get one less reward, you can just run another one. These changes, I think this just kills Whisper. I don't think anyone's going to do Whisper if they just remove a chest. Starcrossed, end activity reduced to 1, mid activity reduced to 1. I don't think people are going to go for these two. Encore is going to be the one on top still. I don't think this graph will change. Battlegrounds, people don't really care for. The Empire hunts are faster than some of the stuff like the Coil and Midtown, Verdant Spire, Widow's Court. Devil's Lair is pretty fast. The only part that's slow is the first wave room. We generally see 4 activity groups, including both Inverted Spire and Liminality, being harder than anticipated, as compared to shorter Fireteam Ops, and Widow's Court consistently being the longest activity. Okay, Inverted Spire, because of how they changed it to make it slower, where you have that section in the middle where you gotta, like, kill 2 things and shoot all 4 of the cubes to go forward. Because of that, and haste, it takes longer to do, whereas you could just stand there, kill everything. You have to run around, survive more. You can't just sit and wait. They've made it harder recently because of those modifiers. As such, we will be making the following changes for the rewards. Liminality is increased to 2. Inverted Spire is also increased to 2, and Onslaught Widow's Court is increased to 4. Okay, that's good. So wait, So if they're wanting more people to do... I don't understand. I never understand nerfing something by removing part of it. Removing the chest seems like the worst move to do. I feel like this just kills Whisper. You should... What? Okay. If you want people to do these ones less, add in different dungeons. Or different exotic missions. Put the one for Outbreak in here. Like, put the other exotic missions in here. Easy. It'll spread it out. They should already have done this. Again. Last, we are making some category changes from Destiny 2 update, or when it arrives. We will be moving Onslaught and Crawls to Pinnacle Ops. Both to create more activities to gain Pinnacle loot from, and to unify Fireteam's Ops to be 10 to 15 minute activities. Okay. We don't want to constantly be updating activities because it would create uncertainty in the rewards for them, but we will review this data with every major release and update activity rewards when appropriate. Newly introduced activities that are significantly harder or easier will still be updated in a patch, so you don't have to wait for their experiences to be brought in line. This is a good idea. These take too long. They shouldn't be in the fire teams. Power and rewards. New weapons and armor are coming to the portal with Ash and Iron, so there will be new gear to earn in each of the portal categories. Look for a preview in a future TWID. As mentioned in the July 3rd TWID, 400 to 450 will no longer be limited to prime engrams. You'll be able to level up to 500 via any portal activity. Once you reach 500, you will again be required to get 400 or get prime engrams to get to 450. Speaking of, they have two functions right now. They are a random, rare chance to get a gear tier boost over what you would normally get, and they are the primary way of earning power once you get to 500. However, because they slide into your loot system without any fanfare, they can sometimes get lost. Starting in Ash and Iron, these engrams will no longer automatically decrypt once they hit your inventory. Instead, you will need to take them to Rahul to find out what you got. Just like D1. Yippee! Additionally, rather than just giving you a single chance at a prime engram at the end of each portal activity, you will now get multiple chances based on the number of completion rewards from the activity. Okay, so if you have, so like some of the activities, if I go in, they can start with like a +3 bonus, so you can get 3 extra rewards at the end. So if you can get a prime engram, and you can get up to 4, that's big. That's a really good update. I'll bring that up once it's loaded. New activities and bonuses. Fireteam Ops. Brand new activity type called Redacted. Just don't tell me then. There's a new activity coming. Great. I figured. 2 battlegrounds, Behemoth, Echo Core. Okay. 3 strikes, Hypernet Current, Insight Terminus. Is that... Okay. Fallen Saber, that one's good. That's the bunker one, right? Yeah. Okay. That's good. 3 expeditions from Season of Plunder, Nessus, Cosmodrome, Europa, and the Tomb of Elders. Alright. Daily bonus focus mission. Be more predictable. Random choice of redacted missions. Okay. Random choice from the newly converted battlegrounds, strikes, and expeditions. Random choice from onslaughts and crawls. I think every month, every 4 weeks, they should be adding this amount of activities into the portal until they don't have any more. That way, every 30 days, players are like, okay, I have new content to go into. It's not new, it's recycled, but there's so many strikes in the game. There's dungeons, exotic missions, raids. Even if it was just like, hey, we added in 2 strikes and the entirety of Vault of Glass as like activities. If the raid, adding a converted raid takes the amount of time it took to convert all of these, that's fine. We're increasing the score multiplier for all kill scored activities by 5% to give players some breathing room. In addition to this, match-made kill scored activities are boosted by an additional 5%. Pinnacle activities. 3 dungeon layers. They should just add the full dungeon. 2 exotic missions, Prestige and Avalon. Pinnacle Ops will also have 2 daily bonus activities. Focus activities, random choice from the dungeon layers, and then alternating between Prestige and Avalon. If they're breaking up dungeons, I think that's good, but they should also just put the full dungeon in. Like what they should do, here's what I'm thinking, right? We're almost at 300. We're going to focus on Warlock and the others. So let's say you go into Pinnacle. Encore. Let's say this is a dungeon. This is Spire of the Watcher, right? You go in, you can choose Spire of the Watcher, or you go to customize, and there's another row right here with the same 3 modifiers, and you can just choose which encounter you want to do. Do you want to do the Harpy? Do you want to do the final boss? Or do you want to do like climbing the spire and stuff? The different encounters. I guess it would just be the bosses. So it'd be like, do you want to do the Harpy or the final boss? If it's a raid, you could do it the same way. That's how I think they should lay that out if they do it. Solo Ops is intended to be a quick, reliable way to earn power when you have time to kill at the start or end of a session, or need to complete a few objectives in a low-stress, low-commitment venue. It was never intended to be the above all best method of leveling for all player types. It is, though. Right now, the speed, ease, and consistency of earning top rewards is drowning out most of the other options, especially at 400+. To start balancing this with other portal activities, we're using a relatively light touch. Reduced power earned for a given grade in solo ops by 1 compared to Fireteam, Pinnacle, and Crucible. I think that's okay. Bungie wants this to be a social game, which is why they're having you go back to the tower to decrypt pinnacles. But also, this being the best system for things, like there's like the fact that these are the best ways to earn gear and power, and I don't see another player, is not what they want. So this is a good change. Paired with changes to Fireteam Ops, scoring, and other reward tuning, we may need further adjustments as needed. Fair. We're adding 4 additional Grandmaster Conquests, 2 Ultimate Conquests. Grandmaster round out the requirements for the Conqueror title. Ultimate are needed to complete Guardian rank 11. Also get you a sweet new seasonal Ultimate Conquest emblem. All conquests will be repayable. Repayable? I'm assuming they mean replayable. So, future changes. We know the portal needs even more tuning, and some things just take longer to build. You put it out too early. Expect the following in the weeks after Ash and Iron launches. Scoring tuning pass. Onslaught Coil, Tomb of Elders will be moving from Fire Team to Pinnacle Ops. Okay. They will get their own bonus focus slot. Just like in Fire Team Ops, featured activity in this slot will get matchmaking. Okay. Bonus slot 3 in Fire Team Ops will be replaced by a random choice from T space. Rest of the Fire Team Ops. Random choice. Let me. Okay. Uh, Notepad. Let's check for spelling mistakes, because that's 3, like, really quick. And I'm curious now. A little spoilers. Okay. Okay. Anything I said that was negative, disregard. I'm a glaze Bungie to the end of days. Wait. Okay. I don't even remember where we were. Solo ops. Okay. Yeah. Your own Kois. Kois from T space key. Rest of Fire Team Ops. New solo operative score. Boost in Fire Team Pinnacle Ops for solo players. Good. The launch of Renegades and Season Lawless will feature even more improvements and tuning to the portal, plus bunches of other exciting challenges. We'll be back to talking more about those soon. With Ash and Iron major update, we're introducing a new way to earn cosmetics from expired season and rewards passes located in the tower next to the Monument to Lost Lights. You'll be able to visit the monument to seasons past, aka the Seasonal Archive, the home of archived passes. These give you access to armor, ornaments, accessories, and much more from their respective season or rewards pass. This better go back all the way to, like, Shadowkeep. I'm sending this to Moon. Oh, if you owned a pass when it was first available, you'll have instant access when it becomes available on the seasonal. At launch, all passes released up to and including Season 26 will be available. Going forward, new passes will be added to it one pass period after its end. Okay. If you did not purchase a pass while it was active, it can be reacquired at a discounted cost of 600 silver. Presently be spent to acquire the items. Okay. Oh! Oh! I need these. Deep set harmonizers? I need those. Wait. Okay. If you owned a season pass when it was first available, you'll have instant access to its archived pass when it becomes available on the seasonal archive. At launch, all passes relative or released up to and including Season 26 will be available. Going forward, new passes will be added one pass period after its end. So, not the... So, Heresy's there. This season pass won't be added until Renegades comes out. I think. Or after Renegades. So 2 passes. If you did not So Reclamation Archive Pass will be added with the launch of Lawless. Yeah. So once a season pass ends, it'll then be put in. If you did not purchase a pass while it was active, it can be acquired for a discount cost of 600 silver. However, if you purchase an item from one of the Eververse flashback sales, corresponding archived pass can be unlocked at the seasonal archive for no additional cost. Along with the passes, the archive introduces chronologs, new currency that can presently be spent to acquire the archive's items. Starting with the Ash and Iron Rewards Pass, chronologs are earned from the active Rewards Pass and are distributed across both the free and paid tracks. Additionally, any new purchased archived pass will also include 500 of them, enough to claim a handful of items from your new pass. No matter how or when you got a pass, however, you won't need to spend logs for items you had earned. If you reached the required rank to claim an item in the past, either forgot to claim it, or didn't own the corresponding pass while it was active, that item will be claimable immediately, with archived pass ownership for no additional cost. Lastly, we know it's possible that you might end up with chronologs but have no pass items left to spend on, or maybe there are no items you are interested in. To ensure they are valuable, the archive offers an exchange for a variety of evergreen currencies and materials, including deep side harmonizers, synth weave templates, and more. Bright engrams, of course. It's available to all players, even if you've never owned a pass. Good. Start at Shadowkeep though. Put every pass in there. That's all you need to do. The current list of seasonal challenges will reset when Ash and Iron arrives on September 9th, so this is a general call for everyone that's aiming to earn some extra Bright Dust and XP. Complete them soon. Destiny 2 update 9.0.0.7 will reduce the requirements for the top challenge triumph from the previous 102 to the actual 42 needed. That means you can actually earn the rewards this very week if you want to. So what are you waiting for? Mayhem trials tomorrow. Yada yada. I don't really care. This PvP. Starting tomorrow and until reset day, so Friday to Tuesday. Trials will be available. Guardians can play against each other for the newest set of weapons. All of them are earnable. Known issues. Small volume of players are unable to integrate strangely capsules. Okay. Class armor stat is scaling in increments instead of per point. Why? Combat difficulty in the Malfeasance quest version. The Corrupted Strike is incorrect. Okay. Slow and small challenge modifier is causing persistent audio issues. Okay. Displaying that they will always reward Kepler gear. Okay, so just activity modifiers sometimes rotate after the normal daily reset time. Okay, so cat. Cool. There you have it. Another twit complete. We hope the news about the portal and incoming additions got you all excited. We are working hard on the next update as well as Renegades. So the systems we implemented with the Edge of Fate keep growing and work better. Feedback is very valuable, so don't hesitate to let us know your takes on the news we shared today. The best thing today is this. So they have Year of the Final Shape, Year of Lightfall. Yeah, they just need to keep going back. Because what was the one before Lightfall? That was Witch Queen. So it'll be Year of Witch Queen probably at the top. Year of Beyond Light, and then Year of Shadowkeep. Okay, so that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24. Okay. So yeah, they'll have all of them coming in. See, let's fix all this. 2, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, nice. Oh, someone's... What is that? I think someone's doing stuff with onions. Oh. $70, 71. I just got like a big whiff of onions and my eyes are watering. 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86. So they had 86 grammar mistakes. "86 grammar mistakes in one Twab. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Let me put up the display. There we go. Okay. So now we have a video from Byf, an hour long. It goes over Lodi, lore discussion with Allison, the narrative director. It's lore. It's been kind of confusing, and once you play the campaign, there's not really much else to do. There's no further lore after the past few weeks, so I think this will be a good refresher and a good idea where stuff is going. So, comments seem to be good. Everyone seems to be happy, so we'll take a peek.
Greetings, Guardians, my name is Byf here. So, previously, when I had Alison Lurs on the channel last time, we talked about potentially doing a Lodi Power Hour, where we just talked about Lodi for an hour. As it turns out, there was time in the schedule, so we did just that. Here is that long conversation in its entirety. Please go ahead and show some love again to Alison. It is not often that we get to sit there and speak to Bungie employees, and frankly, it's a lot of fun whenever I get to sit down and talk to her. In the meantime, though, I'm just going to go ahead and let this play. Enjoy some of the cool lore tidbits that we discover along the way. Alison, thank you so much for joining me again. I'm so glad we're actually getting to have the Lodi chat.
Friend, it is always a joy to be here, and it is always a pleasure to yell with you about our favorite fictional people. I'm so excited to be here.
Hell yeah. I know we threw it out at the very end of the last time when we did I don't know if we call this a pseudo-interview, pseudo-podcast type situation, but regardless, so glad that it's actually a thing, because honestly, there is so much to talk about when it comes to Lodi, and we have a...
Me too, yeah.
Yeah, we have a bevy of stuff to get to, but there's some stuff from you, and there's some stuff from me, so I wanted to go through all of your stuff first, if that is looking okay. So...
Yeah, let's party.
Yeah, speaking of parties, Lodi, as you have described in one of your first points here, is part of Destiny's big D&D party of people, right? And when introducing a new character, you like to think of parties, is what you've written. And apparently Lodi is our missing bard, which I completely agree with. It makes perfect sense. Expand on how you think of introducing a new character through that. Like, let's dig into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so, before we get too far into it, Allison's background is in Wizards of the Coast. She is a writer for previous D&D stories and stuff. So her thinking this way of adding... Because when you do add someone to a story, you are effectively adding a D&D character. Especially in a story like this, where everyone kind of has their own role, their own powers that affect that role. You think of like Ido, she's the alchemist. She's effectively the witch wizard of that season. You know, Destiny's a very dungeony D&D style game, even though it's guns. Because of the classes where you're setting up your subclass, you're picking whatever armor and abilities and special unique items. Having someone that's D&D based for their background is the best way to add things and think of it going forward.
You know, when writers approach like building a party or building an ensemble of characters, everybody has their own way of approaching it. Like everyone has their own little conceit of like how they differentiate and make sure there's a variety of personality types and abilities and silhouettes to make sure that every member of your ensemble stands out. Because I worked on Magic and D&D for 9,000 years. I can't help but think in D&D parties, especially when thinking about like an action game and an action-y setting like what we have. Sometimes it's helpful to think in verbs of like what are the verbs that each character is good at, so you can kind of keep them off of each other and let them be the stars of their own thing. And so when we were looking at our broader ensemble and knowing that in this new saga we want to introduce a bunch of new characters, I like to think of like, okay, what are we missing? Like what's the hole in our ensemble right now? Or if we're thinking about our grand D&D party, like what are we missing? And when I was looking at the ensemble and when we were thinking about what kind of character do we want to add? We were missing a high charisma character. Not charisma in the sense of like, whoa, they're like, they got a great jawline and everybody wants to hang out with them. But in the sense of like, how do they approach problems? In D&D, high charisma stat characters are the ones you send out to talk. They're the talkers who talk people into things or communicate in order to get what they need. And if that doesn't work, they use awesome spell work from the back. And so we knew that we wanted to fill that gap with a character who was a people person first. And that was one of the earliest hunches that we had about Lodi.
I love that that's expressed in the way that his character comes forth as well. I think some of his conversations with Drifter are probably the most revealing for that, right? The moment when Drifter's like, the universe is going to eat you up, kid. And he's like, well, I'm going to make sure that if it does try and do that, I'm at least going to introduce myself. You know?
Exactly. And that, if we think about our party metaphor, like Drifter's a fighter, like of course he thinks with his fists first and finding his way out of situations by defaulting to action, whereas Lodi will default to words. It makes for a good way to find points of like friction and contrast between your cast too. How do they approach problems tells you who they are.
Absolutely. And I think that it's joyful as well because a bard is something that you generally don't see within Destiny's context, if that makes sense. Just purely on the base, right? Like, they're diplomats at the heart of some of their playstyles in the actual tabletop, but also in the kind of things that they do narratively speaking, that's how a bard presents. Like, they are sort of masters of many tools, so to speak. Polymath, there we go. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
For a second, I was going to say polyglot, but no, that comes up later.
I mean, also that's also true. Yeah, it's and when we say bard too, like I mean in the metaphorical sense, like I don't know if Lodi would play any instruments. He probably did once upon a time, but he's not going to be running into battle with a lute. But we do see him, and we will see him use like Destiny's version of magic. That is what he does to engage in an action sense.
Exactly. And, you know, diplomacy being the thing that we've missed for so long, I think the closest we see is, I think it's like Season of the Splicer probably, with Ikora kind of reaching out to Mithrax and a few other moments like that.
It was such a good
There's
season.
really not much other hard diplomacy that happens. Like, even when it comes down to Season of the Chosen, you know, it's this tense Cold War situation. There's no actual dialogue and back and forth. It's all done through our moves and our dialogue. Sure, some of it's over the radio, but most of it is just, we're killing Keitel's commanders out in the field, and so violence is the language the Cabal understand. So it makes a really cool twist, right?
Yeah, and it helps us keep the game feeling fresh too, because now there's different ways of solving problems and different vectors of interest for the audience to watch as they're engaging in the story too. I love diplomacy. Whenever I play a tabletop game, I always play the high charisma character. It's so fun. It's so much fun.
She's just like me.
I think also it's nice because there is the difference of like approach that you can take with that, but also I imagine there's going to be a moment when Drifter sits there and is like, told you kid, and something goes wrong, you know? It's just that.
Oh yeah.
Same with Ido.
We know Lodi at some point is going to stumble across.
What I want to see, so Lodi's a sorcerer in D&D. He's a wizard. Ido, I think, would be a warlock. And I want to see the two of them. They're both very hopeful and trying to reconnect with the past of their peoples. I think Ido and Lodi would be the best two characters to speak. Because it's true we don't really have diplomatic people. Ikora's probably the most diplomatic one we have, but even she's still like espionage, like esque for her diplomatics. Trying to find every little thing and try to use that as diplomacy, knowing how best to get you to respond, rather than genuinely trying to reach out to you. So having another genuine communicator is really nice. A nice change.
Or something, and it's going to say, sorry to intrude, Mr. Tormentor. You know, it's going to be, you know, there's going to be something bad when something happens, and inevitably that's going to be a great learning, teachable moment for him. But like,
hello, friend subjugator. I was hoping we could discuss the nature of our interaction, and then, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I really look forward to moments like that too, because like he is unvarnished in that sense. He's got the ability to sit there and say, "Why can't
Unvarnished.
they be our friends?" Despite everyone sitting there and being like, "Well, where do you want to start?"
Exactly. There's so much room to play with a character like that. Someone who approaches the world not in a naive way, but in an optimistic way, and that optimism is something that really defines him.
That's just Ido,
You know what
though.
I really want to see? I want to see him sit
What?
down at some point with Ido. Yeah, Ido.
Yes. Oh, great minds. Because they have him and Ido have that main basic funk of just trying to learn and be that positivity, but also that source of like kind of forgotten knowledge for their respective groups. Because like Lodi is our connection to the past. For all the secrets that we have forgotten, like there's some ancient alien artifact under Chicago for some reason that he was investigating, and aliens were known in the 40s, like 50s. That's big. We should probably figure out more about that. We know Savathun was on Earth a long time before the collapse. So was that her? Who was that? Because you don't just create a government for, like, department without a reason. Surely not. So that's big, but also the whirlwind. How can we learn from that and how it's affected us?
Because I think that she
Yes.
sees the world through that exact same lens, you know? She is young, and so there is the potential for some people to sit there and think that she's naive, but I am genuinely a believer that she's not. I think that she just has that same kind of
completely agree.
optimism, you know? Like,
Yeah, I think they're vibrating on the same level for sure. We've talked about this on the team. It feels like they would be very fast friends. They both of them care so much about learning about the world around them and sharing
Yes.
that knowledge. I imagine that Ido would be so fast to teach Lodi some Elixir, and vice versa. I'm sure he's itching to teach her what Halloween actually is. So yeah.
oh my gosh, yes. Not to mention,
There we go.
God, what is it Finnish that Lodi initially says that Elixir linguistic structure is like at Edge of Fate?
Yes, yeah. He compares it to the structure for Finnish. Probably not one for one, but I imagine after like being there for a little bit and hearing some of the patterns, he would go, "Oh, this sounds kind of familiar, even though I don't speak it."
Speaking of which, I think we're going to jump back through all of the questions that we've got, but I think this is a really great natural segue into another question, which is languages. When I think you first described Lodi in the reveal, you stated that he was a polyglot, aka someone who knows lots of languages. But in particular, it's like a dozen plus languages that he knows, and he
Yes.
knows them from a bunch of different points. So digging into that, you wanted to bring this up. You've noted here which ones, why, and how does the way Lodi speaks set him apart from the rest of the cast. I think that's also really interesting because I don't know how much language has actually been preserved in Destiny's City Age, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think
does
it's a
make
melting
sense.
pot.
And it's something that we spent a lot of time talking about, how we wanted to approach. When we were coming up with what this character was and what they were good at, something that was really important was making sure that they were hyper capable at something. All of Destiny's characters are extraordinarily capable at something. Like they are the best at what they do in one specific area. And so we were trying to think of, okay, if we're trying to build the ideal time traveler, what are the skills that would be most helpful? And language was something that came up early in those brainstorms, that having a gift for communication would be extraordinarily helpful if you were yanked forward a huge amount of time into the future. And so when we were talking about language, we had a lot of fun thinking about how much was lost in the collapse and what a gift it would be to be able to bring forward knowledge that is that would help humanity become larger, help it be bigger and richer than what it lost. And so language was an easy answer for that, and also a really interesting one because we haven't really explored it before. And so deciding not just that this was someone who is talented at language, but whose primary gift is language, helped them kind of stand apart and gave a really interesting angle into what the Department of External Observations would value in an employee. Not someone who is talented necessarily at war, but someone who can communicate with the extraterrestrials that they're planning on meeting. And so when figuring out like how much, like when we say linguist and a polyglot, how much of a polyglot is he, we decided to really lean into the fact that there are some people in our world who are very gifted at language and speak many different languages. This being someone who could pick that up really fast and also like have a natural flair for it felt like the kind of fun new character that we wanted to explore.
It's also, I've got to say, it's brilliantly appropriate for the role that he steps into as the new emissary.
Yes.
Like, I reread a bunch of the lore to do with Orin and to do with her story going forward. And at multiple points in her previous lives as Nasya and Nasan are, she has moments where she's either a facilitator of languages between people or she's facilitating the more broad understanding of concepts. So when she's unwoken, it's the thing of she's an ambassador, and that doesn't God, translator is literally the word they use, but it's more of an ambassador because it's
more than that.
Yeah, like they have their own dialects within the lore apparently, but it's all the same language back in the distributory, and the idea is more communicate the concepts of what they feel, their real intention, go ahead and put your best foot forward diplomatically. And so it's exactly what Lodi is doing in that sense. Like, he jumps into this role as an emissary, not just fulfilling the linguistics part of it, which is exactly a one-to-one, but also he is, I mean, you know, even as 3 says, he is an ambassador, which is kind of a perfect fit.
Yeah, and you're picking up exactly what we did. When we were reading through Orin's old lore and trying to remind ourselves of who she is, since it's been a long time since we've involved her actively in the story, the fact that she is a master communicator flagged to us that that is the role of the emissary. The emissary's role is communication. It is translation. That act of hearing these fourth dimensional beings and finding a way to communicate that to regular humans, that is the gift. And so as she was good at it, he should be too, and he should share those talents for connecting with people and also being able to connect with things that kind of aren't really human at all. And so we knew that had to be a key aspect to the role of the emissary. As for, I'm really glad you bring up the ambassador thing, since that is kind of similar to the way that 3 is referring to Ikora becoming commander eventually. That is similarly a role that he has not earned yet. That's a promotion that he hasn't quite gotten yet. And so we're getting a little peek at the future of where this character is going, even though he hasn't quite hit it yet. We wanted that to be a fun little pass forward for us. But yeah, when it comes to language too, we wanted that to be a core aspect of his personality, like what makes him him. And so him growing up in a trilingual house, we thought was the best foundation for a character who is as gifted at language and communication as he is. And building on that with the languages he learns, he picks up from the people around him. In the lore tab for Moirai, we list through how he learned his first, I think, like 4 or 5 languages, some to varying degrees of success. He learns English, German, and Spanish from his parents, from his family.
Hell of a collection.
He picks up Polish from his high school girlfriend, which I love, and picks up very poor French also from high school. I imagine he's still kind of crappy with French. And from there, he's got a knack for it. I imagine he always has a list of like what he wants to work on next. Welsh, I imagine, was picked up in whatever war that he was fighting. We don't give the specifics on that on purpose. And we can get into that later when talking about like how we want to treat history and how we want to treat Earth's past in Destiny's world. But of the languages too, there's 2 others that we don't name on purpose because we're leaving those open for us if there's something fun in the future. And then there's 2 that are written only, and I won't go into those.
Okay.
But you can probably infer.
Indeed. I will also say, to pick on a slightly different point within all of that as well, It's another point of sitting there and saying like, oh my goodness, I'd love to know what this kind of conversation in this room would be like. But the communication aspect, and in particular the interpretive aspect with beings that are greater than humans, is something that Destiny's explored before with the speakers.
Mhm.
And I'm just now realizing that we're at this amazing crux where narratively,
if Lodi becomes like a speaker for the Guardian, or like a pseudo speaker as well as an emissary. Oh, we should just trap the 9 in the Traveler. Surely that can't go poorly. Like, what could go wrong?
Lodi is actually not so alone, because figures such as Mithrax, Crow, and of course Micah 10, who is probably the most relatable of all of them, they all hear communications from the Traveler through their dreams or through visions, particularly in the Pale Heart. So it's this... I really look forward to moments in the story where inevitably that contrast comes up, because the 9 and the Traveler are very different, needless to say, and I feel as though there is a sort of strange fellowship, I suppose, is almost a thing, of fellowship of people who can speak to gods, or hear gods at very least. And it's almost a joyous thing to sit there and recognize, like, even in Lodi's moment of being transported forward, he's not really completely alone.
He's not, and I'm so happy you're picking up on that camaraderie. You're barking up the right tree. We thought a lot
That
about
also
how
must
to differentiate how the Traveler speaks to people and how the 9 speak to people. The easiest differentiator that we've kind of landed on is visual versus linguistic communication. When you talk to the 9, you are speaking in metaphor and concepts and like words that aren't words, but ideas rather. When receiving messages from the Traveler, you're right, it's mostly in dreams and visions. It's seeing things and trying to understand through that lens. And so we wanted to make sure that when you're talking to the 9 versus when you're hearing something from the Traveler, it's a very different experience. It feels very different. But you're right, it also feels kind of the same. And in that there are people who can do both. I am so excited for Lodi to meet Micah and to meet Mithrax and to meet these other people who have all had very similar experiences. I imagine that would make him feel less alone.
And seriously, the joy of being able to sit here and just contemplate that conversation as well
must feel so good.
There's something...
When you have a theory and it's backed up by the creator of whatever, that must feel exceptional. To have someone validate your ideas like that. Ooh, that's gotta feel good. I'm so excited for how the story is gonna go.
Weeks prior to Edge of Fate happening, Lodi is about as alone as you could possibly feel, right? I mean, clearly, obviously, interpretive to his situation, he would have discovered, like, yeah, there are the Ionians and they are human, and there are also things that clearly brought him to where he was, which he would assume are extraterrestrials, and there are the Elixni. But to sit there and then be able to understand that his situation is actually not one that is so distant, it's got to be one of those weirdly beautiful moments when you are lost and then you are found. And yeah, there's
oh my gosh, absolutely.
Something wonderful about that kind of thing going into any kind of character's narrative, you know?
It gives like the hairs on my arm kind of raise up, like I get the good art tingles of like, yeah, no, that is something that I want to see desperately. And I think that connection would mean so much to someone who is defined by so much loss.
Also on the note of like, Byf must feel good with that. Allison hearing that Byf has picked up on that must feel amazing, because when I was writing D&D stuff and like people picked up on some of the things I was putting in and stuff that I had planned, and like some of that stuff, that felt really good. Like that felt better than when like actually a session going well. The fact that someone picked up on the finer details of something, or that it's what I was doing was interesting enough to someone for them to want to create theories and like try and think of how this would go and whatever, and try to expand on it in a way that wasn't trying to do their own take on something, but to add to it felt amazing. So, the best part of Edge of Fate, hands down, you ask anybody, it'll be the story. Because they didn't just cook, they gave us a full 7-course meal, royal banquet. And if that's the level it's going to be going forward, I'm down for that.
To find something so far away from home that is as close to him as he can get.
It's even better too, because especially when you contrast him with Guardians, it's why I think the conversations with Crow and Micah are going to be so interesting. The loss is completely different. Lodi remembers everything, and his losses of all of his life that he used to know. And in a certain sense, Guardians have had that experience too. And in Micah's sense, she has this small window into the world that came before in her previous life. Crow, of course, understands everything that happened before with Aldrin. And weirdly enough, they are the ones who are able to actually stand out from the crowd by sort of doing that. There's very few other Guardians who actually have that ability. So even within that small crowd of people, again, there is just so much commonality that they have with regards to loss.
Yeah, and when we were creating this character, that was something that mattered a lot to us, is making sure that even though he is a fish out of water, that he still belongs in this world and belongs in this cast, that there are connections between him and others that we could forge. You know, and kind of speaking to what you were talking about just now, there was a conversation that we had to cut that broke my heart because we just didn't have enough space, where where Lodi was speaking just to the Guardian and really lamenting, like, why do I have to remember? Like, why can't I forget like Ikora did? Like, why can't I forget like you did? And it just kind of really living in that little sad moment for a bit before telling us, like, you don't need to hear this. I'm sorry. Let's keep going. It's really fast, and we didn't have room for it. But I think that
that would have been so good.
Of why do I have to suffer and remember everything is both his gift and his curse, because he has the pain of having to live with all of that loss, and has this incredible gift that he can give back to humanity to help regain so much of what was lost.
It also makes, I'm going to bring it up because it's too good not to, third iteration is one of the more profound moments within Edge of Fate's writing. Kudos to the team for that, because there are occasionally moments where you sit down and you read a piece of lore and you're like, yeah, this defines a character or an arc. You know, for Oryx, it's, at least for me, it's part of the Books of Sorrow. It's the fall of Taisha Beth. For Lodi, it's third iteration. And it's, you know, the moments like these are fantastic. So, switching tack just a little bit, one of your questions here involves a word that I know we may need to define because some people may not have heard of it before, but the word is blorbo. So, how do you make a blorbo? What is your exact writing for this is, what is the source for making characters fans and players go nuts for? So first, what is a blorbo? And secondly, what is the secret source?
Sure. Blorbo is a term from the internet for a character that you absolutely adore, like someone that you want to protect, a fictional person that is yours, that you are obsessed with, like someone that you have a deep connection with that is a fictional character and it's not real. It's a fun, silly word, but also for creators, I think it's important to understand the relationship that your players and fans have with the characters that you put out into the world, the gifts that you give. So when thinking about creating a new character, I always like to aim for, how do I make a person that one of our fans is going to fall in love with, like someone that they are going to really connect with and want to spend time with. And to me, that kind of breaks down into 3 parts that we aim for when creating a new character. The first, and it doesn't sound like it's helpful, but it's really helpful, kind of part of that recipe is making sure that when you're developing a character, they should have a problem that can't be solved. Something that is perpetual in them, that is always not necessarily going to be a flaw, but maybe is something that isn't going to be fixed anytime soon. That gives them something to kind of run up against. For Lodi, he's a martyr. He will sacrifice himself to make sure someone else doesn't suffer. That is an inherent part of his character. It's never going to go away, and it's always going to give him some friction to run up against and some intrigue to build. And when we build a character too, we also want to think about, why do I want to spend time with them? Note that that's not what do I like about them or what makes them a good person. We want to avoid value judgment because sometimes when you're creating a character, you got to create a bastard. You have to create an evil person. And so instead, I like to think of it as why does the audience or the player want to spend time with them? Why is it fun to be around this person? Or why am I intrigued by this person? That way, we know we want to make sure that you always have an investment too in showing up. Like, oh, good, this person showed up. I want to know more about them, or I want to protect them. And that notion of protection is the third part in our recipe. To be a blorbo is to elicit an emotion in your audience or your players. Like storytelling sometimes is shaping how your audience reacts to you. That's something that we as creators can kind of control or at least help shape. And so when we're creating a character that we know we want someone to fall in love with, I want to invoke an emotion. I want to invoke that feeling of protection, of wanting to make sure that nothing bad happens to this person, even though tons of bad things are going to happen to this person and you're going to delight in it. But that notion of connection and protection, I think, is kind of the secret sauce to building a character that millions of people are going to be able to have fun with.
Okay, that's fantastic. I also think that it kind of brilliantly typifies everything when you take a look at who Lodi is and the character dynamics that define him. I also, picking up on the second point of that, I think his intrinsic link to the past and to the Nine is also something that makes existing in the same space as him so interesting as a Destiny player, which is what's such a great thing to tug on. He is intrinsically linked to the past, and yet through the Nine, he is also intrinsically linked to the future, and also the events of the present are the culmination of those two things colliding together. To, unfortunately, to use a somewhat train-centric potential analogy. Oh, God.
No, we're leaning into the trains in this one. You're good.
Oh, yeah. But the whole point of it being that, like, yes, it is the defining difference about Lodi from some other characters, I think, is just there is that sort of aspect to which his story is so fundamental to the way that things are going to go forward in the narrative of everything. We know that he is now our direct link to the Nine. I think that that's actually kind of the genius part of him being the new emissary, which I know is not, like, if you could connect the dots within the first few missions and you could kind of understand a few bits and pieces from the trailers, you could probably theorize that he was going to be the next emissary. But, actually seeing that then evolve in the campaign was a very different experience because you had no idea what was going to happen. Like, at one point, Lodi is sitting there and he's just talking about Wisconsin and how beautiful it is during summer and probably cheese curds. And in the next moment, he's a telephone for the Nine. And, Mars is shouting through him being like, as you have sustained us, you will sustain us. Like it's,
yes.
You've no clue what's going to go on, but it's always fascinating seeing him kind of unravel in a scene.
Yeah, and that's a lot of fun to play with too. We wanted to make sure that, of course, he had a connection to the saga at large, a role to play inside of it, but that juxtaposition between someone who is incredibly normal and also the least normal person you will ever meet in your entire life is really fun. It's one of the reasons why the character design is so approachable, like is so familiar. I had a blast behind the scenes, like watching before the game came out, as people were reacting like, well, he just looks like a guy. And I'm thinking like, yeah, he does. Except you talk to him for 20 minutes and then realize, oh, you're very far from a guy. you're not exactly a human anymore in any normal way. And that's what makes him, that's what builds the intrigue, right? Like that's why we want to spend time with him, is because we know that we're going to see familiar juxtaposed with the strange. And also, there's the secret sauce, too, of the fact that he's a very good liar. He's a very good secret keeper. There's always something more underneath that he is never, ever, ever going to tell us, because that's also part of who he is. That's one of his gifts. So it's a really fun combination of intrigue.
Yeah, the old ways from the DEO definitely coming out in full force there. Which, oh,
worked there for a reason.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of, maybe, I'm not 100% sure of this. This is something which is kind of hinted to a little bit, and I want to let you run with this because it's very much something where I'm actually a little unclear of it myself. But the next thing to talk about on the list is, am I saying this right? The Diablerettes incident?
Diablerie, yes.
Diablerie. That's in.
Yes.
I'm picking up European. Is that Switzerland or France?
It is I believe it's somewhere in I think it's the French Alps.
Okay.
I may be super wrong on that. There is a lore tab that's heavily redacted, and this is a lore tab I haven't seen people talk about very much, and it is extremely important. I don't think anyone's clocked that Lodi was there. It's mentioned in the lore tab that the linguist was in attendance at this event that's being written up in this very like government redacted lore tab. But he was there for what is like a really important event inside of the history of humanity's contact with extraterrestrials. We can kind of think of this as this world's Roswell. Like if Roswell actually happened and actually had aliens, which it did not. But like this is like coming into contact with now deceased extraterrestrial bodies. That write-up is really critical. And I've seen a couple of people try to piece it apart, and I'd love to chat about it.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I've just pulled it out. It's the Malus Panoplia, the Titan hammer exotic that this comes in.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Looking through all of it as well, it's just something crashed in the Alps is kind of the vague summary I was able to get through skim reading. Because looking at it now on my monitor, I completely forgot how much of it was redacted. It's kind of
it's so a lot of it, and there's actual text underneath all of those. So if anyone wants to take a shot at decoding that, it was written that way on purpose.
Oh my god! So every single one of these is character for character is a thing. Oh my goodness! Wow.
Oh yeah. It's all there.
Okay, well, I will consider this a call to action and a challenge to the wider lore community. Let's see if we can sort of piece this together.
Yeah, have fun with it. It's intended to help give a very rare glimpse into the history of this world and also posit a question, which is how did they get here? And that's it. That's all I'll say.
I will ask one thing, and this is not probing for lore, because I mean that kind of defeats the purpose of sitting there and seeing any of this. What's this? Is there any inspiration for all of this? You talked about Roswell being the potential inspiration for this instant, but there's so many kind of paranormal things here and there that supposedly would have happened. Was there any kind of inspiration that the Diablere incident kind of draws from?
Truthfully, it began with Roswell and kind of morphed into us wanting to find the first big impact that the DEO had on the world. Obviously, the United States is not part of Switzerland, but we imagined that this would be an incident where whoever was in charge there probably called up the only people on Earth who knew what to do, or at least had some protocol of what to do with this kind of situation. And so the individuals who are flown out there that are mentioned in the lore tab, my favorite thing about the department is that the people that they sent first were from the humanities. They sent a sociologist, they sent a physician, they sent a linguist, and they sent people to go talk to whoever showed up. There's like a little mention of like musical stimulus that they tried out. There's all kinds of things, but the notion that the department began as we are going to try and make friends is the most important thing about who they are and what they value.
It fits perfectly with the notes from the collector's edition, which got eventually decoded by a bunch of people. I think it was Scarrow's community who initially sort of brought some of these pieces together, or at very least he's the first content on it that I saw. But you know,
the writers were watching it live on his stream when that was going on and like cheering him on.
That's excellent.
My favorite part was when he first opened it up, and I think someone in the chat was like, "It's alien language," and we were just laughing because if we all called up our grandmas, they could probably help us. Yeah.
Oh my god. But yeah, watching all of that get decoded and then understanding the full context of it, it's so appropriate because it, you know, the mission statement of the DEO translated vaguely with that. It's what's the line? There's enough coldness out there in the universe, and let's not add to it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Director, I love that piece so much. Director Moffat is a fascinating character. I'm excited. I'm excited for people to learn more about him.
Absolutely. I also love that it fits with Destiny's vision of the universe. There may be a bunch of grim darkness to Destiny. I mean, the entire idea of us being in a post-apocalyptic time and the things that did that and the horrors that still lurk for us in the shadows are always persistently there. But even at this earliest stage, when looking to the stars and all of the horror and the terror that could be there, there is still very much this thing of, well, we don't know that that's what they're actually like. You know, there is the optimism to sit there
Absolutely.
and reach out in friendship. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Destiny as an IP, like as a story, is such a pragmatically optimistic story. And we want to treat this world's past with that same vision of optimism.
Hmm. It's almost a little bit like Lodi.
Well, weird. Yeah, it's weird how that all works.
Hmm. Okay. This is going to be real fun. Your note
Let's
for
do it.
this
Let's do
one
it.
just reads alt history. Woo! And I want to let's break it down. Alt history.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start
That's
on that one?
concerning.
Any differences? Anything that jumps out in particular?
Man, nothing that I want to say out loud other than just confirming that the history within Destiny, like pre Golden Age, should not and does not exactly match up to ours. We're going to be so coy about exactly what that looks like and how that plays out. But I would encourage people to remember what I just said out loud. That we want to look at our past with as much optimism as we
Mhm.
think of Destiny's story and future as well. But their history does not squarely match up to ours. And so playing the
Like
game of like,
Fallout.
oh, on this date, so and so was at this place, it isn't going to get you very far. We wanted to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room and also some room to play and establish some new stuff too. But you can probably guess at how we're approaching that based off of what we have and have not confirmed so far that happened in the past.
Absolutely. And I also love that because it's something where Destiny in its lore has really not taken many stabs at it. To the best of my recollection, the moments where Destiny has sort of reached into the lore of the pre-Golden Age includes
Mhm.
all of the events that surround Ares 1, and then one potential reference which is in Nezarec Sin, where it's noted that of hated Nezarec is a pre-Golden Age text, meaning that the cult of Nezarec is
Yep.
older than the arrival of the Traveler, which should be terrifying. But other than those two things, there's realistically like a complete blank canvas. And whilst we are able
Yep.
to sort of vaguely fill things with what went before, because Destiny is based on, you know, the tenets of our world prior to all of this, having an alternative history for these little moments is actually so cool. You get the ability to just tweak something just a little bit, and then it changes the dynamic of something going forward. It's exciting just to know about
Yeah.
it too.
It's going to be really thrilling. And it's been fun for us too to try and figure out what we do and don't want to say. Like, yeah, we'll confirm that Bobby Fischer existed in this world. We'll confirm that JFK existed in this world, but we're not going to tell you what war that Lodi fought in, or who he was fighting, or
What?
where he was stationed, or anything like that. But I think it leaves more room for the players to explore and just kind of have fun with this world in their minds rather than feeling bound to the history of our own world, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. I will ask one quick thing as well. This is very
Sure.
much related to it, and obviously you're not going to name the war that's going on here, but Lodi did mention in one of the sort of side quests that he was previously a pilot. I just don't know whether what branch he was working for, I think, is the only bit of ambiguity. I've heard some people say it was the Navy, but I don't know if it was Navy or Army or anything in between.
Yeah, he was with the United States Army Air Forces.
Ah.
We
Okay.
leave it very open how old he is. We leave it very open which war this was or when it happened. But yeah, we think of him as a navigator, which means he also likely knew how to fly a plane in case anything happened to the pilot. We name the other members of his crew
So
in
that
Moirai, the lore tab there. That time was
aircraft
extremely
carrier.
important to him and how he developed as a person. His time in service, we wanted to treat with as much respect as possible. And we wanted to make sure that he thought of his time with pride, that this was something that meant a lot to him. And as he moves forward in life, that experience that he had stays with him too. Growing up in the country, I think we imagined his father as being able to like fly the family plane for whatever they were growing at the time. That's probably where he learned the basics. We imagine him as more of like a car kid growing up in the country than a horse kid. So he knows his way around machines, and also, as we know about him already, values service. So yeah, he's a veteran.
It makes so much sense as well, just with the way that he interacts with the world, and even with the job that he lands eventually at the DEO. You know, from someone
Yes.
who was a serving member of the military and then onwards to becoming a linguist. It's just this sort of perfect job that you're like, this doesn't exist. My employment record couldn't possibly culminate in a, oh, there's a job. Oh, wow. You know, the
Yeah. Oh,
weird
that
moment
works
when,
out really nice.
yeah, serendipity just arises out of nowhere and all of a sudden you have the perfect job. It's weird when that happens.
Yeah, and you're poking at one of the fun parts of his character is figuring out like which parts were him making choices and which parts were the nine gently pointing him where to go. That's also something that we want to leave ambiguous for fun reasons.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to go ahead and ask a few further questions, but the first one I
Let's
have
do
is
it.
very long-winded, and it's all about Lodi and in particular perceptions. This gets into some very deep lore nonsense, but to cut it really short and hopefully cut through all of the jargon and nonsense, when Orin sits there and sees everything that's happening with the Nine, she, in a lot of the lore, is experiencing things in the way that the Nine do within the fourth dimension, right? And she's able to sort of perceive the big thoughts of the Nine. Within Orin, in the moments where she's actually allowing the Nine to talk through her, and with Lodi too in the campaign, the control is complete, right? Like they are absolutely overwhelming, and it's not really Lodi or Orin that's there anymore. And I guess the real question is sort of how big is the presence of the Nine within the minds of the emissaries? Obviously, it's retreated now somewhat from Orin, but particularly with Lodi's new eye after the death of three. The analogy that I kept on going back to was the ship of Theseus, you know? It's this thing of Lodi is not exactly the same as he used to be. And there's now a question of, well, where does old Lodi end and new Lodi that is partly also the Nine really begin? You know, and with that in mind as well, it brings up a bigger question, which is how do you treat characters who are basically vessels for greater entities within the world of Destiny, you know? And this obviously applies now, as we've talked about, to more than just Lodi. It also applies to Orin, but also to everyone previously who has been in some kind of weird category of speaker or dreamer. You know, where do the boundaries between the individual and the entities that are sort of beyond them really begin and end, right? Does their agency have a limit?
I love this question. It's so juicy. I was like taking notes on a post-it as you were talking, so that I can get everything in one go. So to break it down a little bit, I would think of what Orin was experiencing in that lore book less of hearing thoughts and more of when you're an emissary, you gain access to that fourth dimensional space. Like you're able to move partly into that same apartment building that the rest of the Nine are in. And when you're able to like move some of your stuff into that apartment building, you're going to hear the rest of them having conversations. So it's less about like hearing their inner thoughts and more about you're hearing the jerk in the room immediately next door to you, and they're talking super loud, sometimes at you, sometimes to whoever is right next door to them, but you can't really get away from that noise. And so when we think about our emissaries, we think in terms of active possession and just kind of like how they passively move through the world. In the case of Orin, she was being actively possessed more often than not. There was more often than not like one of the other Nine straight up using her body as a way to speak. When that happens, Orin, the person, as we see in the lore book, kind of descends down into this like not active state of consciousness, but sort of like below it. Like you're sort of get out, like trapped in your own brain while one of these is using your body to speak. She's aware of it. When it happens to Lodi, he's aware of everything that they're saying too, but is not able to kind of swim to the surface and retake his own body. And so that active possession versus like what are they passively experiencing is really important to us as creators. We didn't want a situation where now that we have our best friend Lodi, who we love and adore, but he is being snooped on at all times, so we have to put like eye shades and earplugs on him so he doesn't overhear anything. That's no fun, right? Like we want to be able to engage with this character like a person. And so making sure that when he is not being actively possessed, he is not the Nine aren't able to like overhear what we're saying or be omniscient about what's going on in our vicinity, if that makes any sense. So old Lodi is current Lodi. With the eye, with him becoming the emissary, it's basically us saying that this character is not quite human anymore, but it's still him. And that's kind of the torture part, right? Like it's still him that's able to do all this. He just has access into this into this this space, this realm with the Nine that normal humans do not have access to. So yeah, that metaphor of like kind of the Get Out style falling inside of one's own perception as you are being a vessel, that is something that we're interested in playing with and something that we're interested in learning more about. And you talked about in the third iteration lore tab, and also in the video that you did, about how the effectiveness of our emissaries has improved as iterations have gone by. Zur was our first emissary, and I'm certain that we're going to be hearing more about him soon. I promise. But he wasn't a very effective one. He was mostly good at selling you stuff. He wasn't exactly what the Nine were looking for, which is why the second iteration of Orin was brought around. But gosh darn it, she just had too much will. She didn't really, her disposition did not suit the role. So even though they were able to use her as a vessel, they were able to use her as a speaking tool, she still had enough will that she quit her job. She wanted out, and she was able to figure out a way to leave. Lodi's different. They're giving him a longer leash. They're not using him as a vessel at all times, and instead are relying on the fact that he is a person who naturally wants to be of service, who naturally wants to be part of something bigger. They're relying on the fact that as a person, he's less likely to quit this job. And so they're allowing him a little bit more freedom. But that's not a forever thing. And that's definitely not what each individual of the Nine is going to want to do with him.
There is... I mean, we'll get onto it at certain points in time, but the inner workings, and I hate to say it because it's a bit of a dirty word and I think it's often misunderstood, but the inner politics of the Nine themselves and how their actual goals sort of interact with the world as they sort of move out and expand their plans is so fascinating, because you can already, I think you can start to trace some of the lines of where loyalties and sort of even the interactions of things start to fall.
You sure can. For us, like, the notion of boundaries is the big question for the emissaries. Not in the sense of like, oh, is this Lodi the real Lodi? But more, when are they going to let him out? And what are they going to ask for him to do that he doesn't get to say no to? That's the big narrative question that we want to explore and have him grow through as a person.
Absolutely. Okay, so moving on to a slightly different question.
Yes.
Okay, this is, I think, my favorite thing because it touches on one of the bits of lore that just makes me smile when it comes to everything that's been dropped with Edge of Fate, right? Which is basically, you've got a new character with Lodi. When you have a new character like him coming onto the scene for the first time, you obviously have the narrative that has been written within the campaign and everything that goes into the side content, everything that's voiced, everything that's written as a part of quest dialogue, but then there's also the written bits of lore. And I guess the real question is, how do you choose what you're going to write lore about when it comes to a new character? So just to really briefly name a few of them, you've got things like third iteration, you've got Morai, which is mentioned, technically the Titan Exotic as well, which goes over the Diablere incident. The big one for me, though, is just there's little moments such as his interaction with Saint 14, you know, which is the musings of, hey, you know, I'm sorry I had a bad first impression of you in the past life that I lived, our people were in conflict. And I guess my real question for all of this is just, what is the thought process behind how you choose those particular lore entries? What is the goal for establishing a baseline for a new character in that regard?
I love this question. So I'll speak broadly to how we decide what goes in lore versus what goes in game. This is going to sound really dry, but like, priority for information that goes into the play experience itself should be stuff that supports the primary story. Like, if it's supporting the critical path and supporting the story that you're trying to tell as efficiently as possible, it should go there. When we think about lore, I like to think of what are the things that aren't quite critical path enough to make it like on that part of the game, but still are important enough to flesh out the character and how they see the world. That can fall into a bunch of different categories. That can be important information about who they are as a person. It can be world building information that makes the world feel larger. Sometimes we use that with one-off characters to introduce like a fun moment that makes the world feel a little bit bigger, or maybe posits a question for later. Sometimes we use that really economically for paths forwards. So information that you need to know now, or if you learn it now, you'll be rewarded in many months when the next expansion comes out with that knowledge. For Lodi and for a new character, the goal is to help players get excited about a character. And so that means both educating you on who they are, what they care about, but also how they interact with the rest of the cast. And so when we were thinking about like what kinds of interaction should we see, because we could have shown like the tab of Lodi getting to meet Ido for the first time, or sitting down with a Crow or Micah, but chose to do Saint 14 because the big question that we ask as creators is, what's the most interesting things that we could watch? What has the most intrigue? Like what has like the spiciest kind of interaction? And if we knew that we wanted to maintain something that would help the 1960s feel like the 1960s, which is the Cold War, that does feel like something that should have happened in this world as well. And so if that's true, then what happens? And the obvious answer was like, well, what if these two met and this guy heard that accent for the first time since he got here and had a moment of, oh shit, what do I do? This allows us two things. It allows us to see how they interact with our ensemble, and it also teaches you something about the character themselves, because we get to see a little bit of Lodi's prejudice and watch him overcome that in a brief moment because of one of our ensemble members' kindness. Everybody loves Saint 14 and knows that he's the nicest dude on the planet. Of course, he's going to approach this with open arms. I love finding opportunities for moments that help kind of poke at the reader a little bit and our own assumptions. What prejudices does Lodi have that he moves into with this world, and what doesn't he have? So yeah, we chose to have that moment of conflict because it's interesting and leads to a moment of mutual growth for both characters.
I think it's also just reflective of even the growth that he's done in Edge of Fate. Because, I mean, he starts that campaign and then instantly sees Ikora, and he's thinking to himself, oh god, why is Nella here? What is going on? And so he's had that moment of understanding that he's in a completely different place with a completely different context, even if the people around him are still human. They are more than human in the sense that some of them are Guardians, some of them are Ionians, and humanity in the sense of the city age is kind of post-traveler humanity where everyone lives for 300 years. Like, it's just not the same. So it's just all culture shock, right? So he's already had that moment to sit there and be like, all of the old stuff that I thought mattered doesn't matter anymore. And after getting over the thing of sitting there and being like, okay, the world is not doing this deliberately to torment me, you know, I imagine that it's a great moment to show that growth with Saint 14 in particular, because again, he lets go of what would have been probably one of the bigger prejudices at the time, which is, you know, oh my god, you know, Russia to US, big Cold War dynamic there, and just lets go of it like that. It's a real awesome moment to sit there and see a character grow like that, even in the space of a single expansion where they've been introduced, you know?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And like that act of growth teaches you something about this person's innate character, which is like one of the biggest values that Lodi has is openness. He's open to new experiences. He's open to new ideas. I think that's probably
willing
the
to
main
change.
reason he was invited to work at the Department of External Observations, is his openness to going like, yeah, I'm going to roll with it and not be thrown off by this. When we were talking about what values we wanted to instill in the character, that was kind of the most important one, is making sure, I think the way I wrote it in the original pitch for the character is that he's up for anything and down for whatever. He's not going to move into a situation with preconceptions about what it is. And with those preconceptions that he does have, he's able to move past it pretty damn fast because he is so open. I also kind of want to flag too that, like, in terms of like what preconceptions that we're going to show in the game, remember what I said earlier about optimism in our history as well. We want to look on the past with the same kind of optimism that we do as the future. With Lodi, we want to make sure that we're looking at his vision of the past with optimism.
Absolutely. Okay, next question I've got to ask. This is a little bit blunt because it's me just literally sitting there being like, hey, let's expand on this lore and like, what's a good answer to this? But I'm going to go ahead and ask this anyway because I think it's really interesting because it relates to ESP, or extrasensory perception, right? Which comes up when Lodi has a moment where he's sort of interacting with ghosts and he recognizes that he can sort of sense this humming, this vibration that comes from them. So the first thing I should sit there and ask is, if you can answer, should we pay attention to that in the future? I know that's, again, really cheeky to ask because it's literally sitting there and saying like, hey, please give lore. And if the answer is no, totally fine. We preserve mystery here too. But the second thing, which I think is definitely something which can more openly be answered, is just, what's the thought process on how much power you give to a character like Lodi? Clearly, he is not paracausal. He is not sitting there and, you know, using a golden gun or throwing a Titan barricade up at any particular point in time.
Sadly, yeah.
But, you know, he still has a degree of power thanks to his connection to the Nine. And it feels as though the choice of how much power to give him as a fish out of water, as a new character, but also as an emissary, was a really delicate and well sort of calibrated one. So I guess the question is, how far out do you spool that metaphorical piece of string when you sit there and then say, like, okay, this is long enough, you know?
Yeah. So answer to the first one is it is both intentional and extremely important. And that's about all I'll say about that. Yeah.
Okay.
The connection between like the Nine and paracausality is important. And that's about all I'll say on that one.
Yep.
For the second one of power grading and power scaling, I love this question. We want the experience of Lodi discovering the world to be in line with the player discovering him. So he should be learning more about the world outside of him, as well as what he can do with his new abilities at the same rate that the player is learning about him as a person. And so that's why we begin very intentionally with, here's Lodi, he's just a guy. He's a guy wearing glasses who exists in the world. And by the end of the Edge of Fate, realize, oh, you're kind of you can do a lot more than just be a guy. We see him begin to understand how to look through the valley of time and see the future in very accurate ways. I'd love to talk about his premonitions if we get time for it, because those are really fun. We were very careful with those and had a blast with them. But we know that he can also do, he can do other things too. We know that Orin can float. She can defy gravity. That means that Lodi can probably do that too, and we get to see him do it exactly once during the council meeting. But that power scaling should be...
He does it in the council meeting. He also does it, I think, in 2 of the lore tabs. He puts his pants on and just floats out of his tent, and he's just chilling. After seeing premonitions of his family still being alive, whatever, in the past. So... effectively, we're seeing a Superman be created. It's like he has all these powers and this intention of like, no, people do have a good side. Him and Ido are the same coin side. Good morning, Corvette. Lodi is effectively a Superman-esque power-wise character, but also in the newer Superman's portrayed of, like, everyone's got a side of good. He's, I think, gonna fill that role, or he's gonna... Damn, I died really quick. Some people that are really hard stuck on the, like, oh, this person's a villain, whatever, I think Lodi might be able to reach. And I'm excited to see that. Corvette, how is your day going? What are you doing? I woke up 2 hours ago. Damn. I have been up since 8 o'clock, so... Oh, a little... From like 6, whatever, I've been up off and on. So it's been like 4 or 6 hours I've been up. Other than that, pretty good. Nice. We're just watching a lore interview between one of the lore masters for Destiny and the writer. Like the main creative writer person. Is Jonah here? You're the first person to pop in that hasn't been a bot. I start stream, immediately I get a chat message. Hi, I would love to join your stream sometime. DM me on Discord. Brother. Your account was made tomorrow. I'm not doing that.
A gentle revelation. We begin to see that with this release. When we see Lodi again, we're going to see him grow and be able to do more of what the 9 can do. So looking through the 9's power set is probably a good hint at the future for what he'll be able to do, what he'll be able to tap into. And I think the important thing too is that when he is being used as a vessel, like when he's being possessed, he's able to do a lot more, since that is one of the 9 that is controlling him and engaging with the world.
Why are you
through
looking
him
for
as a
Jonah
vessel.
specifically?
So yeah, it's a very gentle and intentional revelation.
So what this is telling me is that in any moment, if someone comes to harm the sweet, beautiful boy, the sun will
I want a
immediately
fort.
take over and be like, and throw a train at them.
Do not touch this one. His bosons are far too handsome. Please do not.
The sun's
yeah, no,
favorite
exactly.
blowbow.
Exactly. I think the big takeaway too that's kind of unspoken in all of this is that he's probably not that killable anymore. I imagine that's going to throw some of our guardians off, that like, oh, but you're mortal, except he's not really anymore. So that's going to be fun to see too.
Indeed. Speaking of the council scene, I think it's probably one of my favorite non-cutscene moments in the entirety of The Edge of Fate. Obviously,
Yeah, I adore it.
there's the reveal of 3, and then, of course, everything that goes down in each cutscene is so very important. But the fact that we get to see all of the 9 interacting for the first time is a absolute joy. I say all of the 9, all of the 8. Sure, we'll call it at that particular point.
All of the
Oh
eight,
yeah,
except
but you're
for
gonna have a
the
new
dead
dynamic.
ones.
Indeed. So, I guess the real question is simply, there were some members of the council, in particular the Outer Orbits, so 5, 6, 7, and 8, who did not vote for his ascension within that particular moment at the council. But the real question then is, does he still work for them? And also, because in those moments we can see, thanks to Orin, as we talked about before,
Hearing a lot of
there's a little bit of the
sirens.
sort of in the apartment moment where he can hear through the walls, and sometimes he's being spoken to, and sometimes he's just hearing it. Does he get a look into the sort of interplanetary / personal / fourth dimensional being politics that's going on between the members of the 9 as an emissary?
I love this question. So let's talk about the vote. The vote ends in a stalemate, 4-4. And the charge at the end is you got to go find 3 in order to get their vote. We intended it as an implicit vote from 3 in the affirmative, that Lodi should be the emissary, in that 3 uses Lodi as an emissary, as a vessel in that moment. So yes, he more or less gets the vote in the end. He is officially the emissary. He's now the emissary for all of the 9. In that action. That's kind of why he has that monologue at the end about feeling like, okay, I've done it. I've got 2 feet in 2 worlds. And so he is the emissary for all of them. That means that all of them could use him if they want to, for whatever their goals and means are. As for if he can like overhear like what their machinations are, that's a really good
He should be
question.
able to.
I want to leave the answer kind of open and not really give a firm one either way, just because we don't want it to be a situation where he's hearing everything that he's doing, because then that's no fun for us. But we also want to leave open the door that maybe he does, or maybe he gets a sense at the conflict that is happening between all of them. Since he has access to that apartment, he probably has to deal with it at some dimensional level in ways that intrude on his daily life. But I don't think it would be accurate to say that he's like aware of every conversation that they're having.
I appreciate that answer, and I think I appreciate the
It's a good
approach
answer.
too. As Jed Bartlett from West Wing would say, real power is knowing when to leave something on the table, right?
Bingo, exactly.
Yeah. You mentioned premonitions. We have plenty of time. Let's talk
Oh my God, yes.
premonitions. Please go right ahead.
Yes, let's talk about the future. So we had a lot of fun being able to write these premonitions after we knew that the cinematics were done. So knowing like what the like cutscenes that we were showing were going to be, we were able to kind of reverse engineer those into really satisfying moments of premonition super early on. So if you're playing through the Man Out of Time side quest, you get to hear Lodi say like, hey, I can see the future a little bit. I'm seeing a robot leaning backwards. I'm seeing an eye. We had so much fun trying to find ways to make those moments of like, yeah, no, he super saw the future. Like that absolutely happened, but he would have no idea what he was looking at. We had similar fun in, I think it's the Meltdown mission that we get towards the end, Criticality, where 3 shows visions of disaster. And
Mhm.
choosing which disasters that we showed were really fun. We wanted them to be one that players would not have seen because it was the beginning of the collapse when Brooklyn would have been destroyed. We also, I slipped in a personal Easter egg. The next vision that we see is of a bear boiling in mud. If you
Ooh.
look at my Twitter and Blue Sky picture, it's me on a backpacking trip through Katmai National Park. The Novarupta Katmai eruption of 1912 happened there. It was the largest eruption of the 20th century. No humans died, but a lot of animals died. And when we were backpacking through there, it's about 200 or 300 feet of ash underneath us. So it kind of
Whoa.
looks like you're walking on Mars in this gigantic valley. And you can't see trees on either side of the valley. It was all just
Damn.
like totally smothered. But getting a glimpse of a disaster that most of our players probably aren't familiar with, but still had a nice evocative image of a bear boiling in mud, sounded like fun. And then Lodi gets a
Fun.
glimpse at the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Yes, he got one little glimpse of the meteor that would land at Chicxulub. So yeah, we had a lot of fun with visions and premonitions here.
And of course, when it's a premonition, obviously it's happening in the future, but is that the future relative to Lodi in the 1960s, or is that the future relative to Lodi in the City Age in Age
Right.
of
He
Fate?
didn't destroy any of the bubbles.
That's a good question. Depends on the glimpse of the future. In the glimpses that we get here of like the ending of the campaign, that I mean, he is the same person now as he was then. So he is, from his perception, still seeing that happen.
Okay. I'm gonna need to listen back again to so many of those. I have to say as well, I do think that the premonitions are also really interesting as a vehicle for storytelling, because it's not just with the visions of disasters from 3 in particular, it actually tells you a lot less about Lodi in that moment and a lot more about the individual who is sort of communicating on the other end. It tells us a ton about what's going on with 3. The fact that they are in distress at that particular moment, or rather have experienced distress and died, you know, and as Lodi is trying to reach out, he's getting a sort of a piece of that distress. It's so telling, and it's such a brilliant kind of like, I mean, premonition is indeed the right word for it, but you know, it's a great primer for you to sit there and be like, something is wrong with 3. This shouldn't be the way it is.
And by showing us those visions of disasters, it's like 3 is trying to communicate in a way, this is what's about to happen. Not even necessarily in this release, but with my death comes only disaster. Here are examples of the disasters I can think of that hurt me the most. And like that, what 3 prioritizes in telling us.
You guys destroy the shields,
should give
please.
us a lot of warning about what it means for one of the 9 to die.
I need to go back and rewatch my playthrough of that on my drive and see what exactly it was that Lodi said in all of those now, because like I remembered Chicxulub because it's the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. No, I think at the time being I sat there, I was like, what? What? Because you know, if you've heard it at that particular point, you just know that that's what's going on, and that's fantastic. But I'm certain there are other points in that where there are other things that are brought up, and it's kind of a little fun paper chase at that particular moment.
Little Easter egg.
I'm probably going to be able to hunt down all of these different disasters and see what's going on there. You know.
Yeah, have fun with it. Twab Byf was dope. I love where we were able to go in Alaska. I'm really happy that we were able to sneak that in.
And I think also the premonitions are just one side to it too, but the fact that this is a method by which the 9 are going to potentially be communicating ideas in the future is really great, because it's like you talked about at the beginning, communicating through metaphor, which I think is a lot more fun than just always, you know, speaking sometimes is fantastic too, but communicating like this through metaphor is also just so much more fun because it's very ominous. I very much enjoy that.
It's loads more fun, and we can sneak in a lot more stuff.
Hey, Chad, give me a second. I gotta go help with something.
So yeah, enjoy it.
Yes,
because we're gonna keep doing it.
Here. Be right back. Oh. Yeah. BRB. Oh, we're almost in
Okay,
the video.
before we go ahead
2
and
minutes.
bring this to a close, is there anything else you would like to say to round out the Lodi Power Hour, which I think at this point may have gone... it's definitely close to an hour, all things considered.
Oh yeah.
A little over.
Oh yeah. No, I think we're at an hour. Let's see. This character wouldn't have hit so hard if it weren't for the talents of Brian Villalobos. Being able to work with him as an actor has been an absolute pleasure, and it's been really great to watch the community connect, not just with this character, but also with him, because he's great. Yeah, making new characters is hard. Making new characters that people love is even harder, and it means the world that folks are enjoying this guy. I see our job as giving gifts to you. This character doesn't belong to us anymore. It belongs to the fans. So I'm excited to see what people keep doing with him, because gosh, we love him.
Corvette, are you still
The
here?
moment that I started to see fan art of Lodi up on the Twitter and Blue Sky pages was the point at which I was like, yep, he's sticking around and he's very much going to be a part of the fabric of all of this. That's really lovely.
Oh yeah, he's not going anywhere.
And hey, here's to more hopefully fantastic, cool, new and returning characters at some point in the future. I'm very excited to see where both Lodi and the Fate Saga goes next, but in the meantime, thank you so much for jumping on again, Allison. I'm really excited to see what happens.
I don't think he's here.
Let's do this again at some point soon. I don't know whether it's Ash and Iron or whether it's in the lead up to Renegades, but I'd really love to go ahead and have another chat if ever there's time in the schedule.
Byf, my dude, it is always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I just love yelling about lore with you. It's always a blast. And yeah, bring me back. Happy to get excited about stuff that's coming out.
Yes, absolutely. Anyway, thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think that was really good. There's so much lore. I don't even really know how I can like explain most of it in a way that makes sense. It's so hard to explain like a decade of lore to people that haven't been in there even for even like a short time. Why did my Spotify go down? Hello? Hello? Why do you do this, Spotify? Yeah, no, it's still not working. I don't know why it's doing this. Spotify. Web player. This one. Properties. Spotify. Web player. Like, must have updated or something. I don't know why they do that. There's a lot of lore for Lodi where he is just a guy. He's just a dude. Oh, I need this outrageous fortune. But it's on Hunter. Yep. I think we did good work on the Warlock. And swap over. I'm excited to see where stuff is gonna go. I want to know stuff about Ash and Iron. I'm worried they haven't shown us anything. I don't know why. because there's so much they should have shown by now. Ash and Iron is 19 days away. Like, they should be showing us stuff within the next couple days. The fact we have nothing, I'm worried. But also, getting a season pass tracker, like what Helldivers has, finally. Stuff I... years ago, when Season of the Hunt was around on Europa, I put something on the Reddit going, hey, there should be a way where I can reacquire stuff if I purchase something. I put it on the forums, I put it on Reddit, because I was like, this is a big thing, I think this should work. I got clowned. People made fun of me in the comments, it got downvoted. And then like a month later, some of the same people, I'm saying whatever in the comments, made this exact same post because they missed out on a season pass. Crazy.
Maybe now they'll put up a fair fight.
And now it's in the game. Oh. Oh. People hate what you say until it affects them, man. Give me the nade. Here, hold that. What am I stuck on? Oh, bless. I see what you're trying to do, man. There you go. Three hunters. Just like summer games. Or the Guardian games. We're still getting a Slenderman set for Warlock, and that's crazy to me. Damn it. I'll just sit here and spam.
these scions as reluctant hostages to the Cabal Empire. But even now, with the Empire
Yeah, it's not true.
they fight to the death for Keitel.
Yeah, they're playing a bad hand as best they can.
No excuses. Eliminate them at will, Guardian.
It's a little much, but alright. Solar focus. Do I not get another, emote thing? Here, I'll get this one if you're gonna get the other. There's no way you're gonna go from Tyler to this. That's fucked up. Yeah, thank you for that. Here, take those two. What? What happened to the other dude? There you go. Take that. Top 10 hunter build. Did I not? I'm pretty sure I killed him. Yeah. Yeah. Is this gonna play? And I do have a stunning emote, it just takes absolutely forever to come back. Surely those two aren't far behind.
the Scions are allowed to continue their research, it could spell disaster for the Vanguard.
Yeah, too much clairvoyance and they might turn out like Osiris. Not sure how much of that we could take.
Challenge their commander. Bring this operation to a halt.
We can't just blitz them like we used to be able to. Oh, oh. That was easy. Oh. Forgot about counterfeit. Nice. Oh. We have a
Thought these
Titan?
Scions were supposed to know the future.
Damn.
Well, they didn't see that one coming, did they?
I didn't even know we had a Titan. The mustard goblin continues. And we can get a new exotic. Yippee! 97. Put that in. Best dressed? Oh, you know it. Forever and always. 284? Don't care. Going up 20 power at a time. Ooh. Next activity. Send us in. An ad's about to start in like 20 seconds, chat. Whole minute 30 of ads. Equipment locked? Damn. Centrifuge. Odd. Oh yeah, the tails. Oh, I should get that plane. 2K? I can do that. I understand now. Where did that go? Get me away from those. There we go. Done. Damn, right as I gotta reload?
I come with a donation. IOL.
A donation? Okay.
$3 and pennies.
Why do you have... What? My brother just gave me $3 and pennies. What? Full donation, I guess? I'm so confused. Huh? Easy. I never die.
Looks like you need my help, huh, Captain? Interfacing with the Vex terminal now.
Ignore that. He also died. You're welcome. Why did you give me pennies? Where did you get... It's also not all pennies, there's quarters. Where did you get... Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. I'm just confused.
Good news is we're halfway done. The bad news is that more Vex are converging on your position.
And don't confuse about it. You're the worst for this. Oh, that'll hit.
Stand by. Hack complete. Please proceed to the route.
All right, proceeding. Okay.
There. The radial area flow is controlled from this chamber. Disrupt their operation.
Bam. Easy. Okay, well. Nice. Okay. That guy didn't get the other thing in time. Okay, guys, shoot him, please. Oh my goodness. Why are you over here? It's gonna focus on us now, man. Dude, stand on the pillar. I don't even know what the... This has been in the game for over a year now. Just a helmet? Get me out of here. $2.99? Oh. $2.85? Oh, this is the Fortnite one. It's the Fortnite chess piece. The koi one doesn't look good. How grungy can I make it look? Probably Vex. That's not bad. There's the, where is it? There we go. Oh, the Descendant one isn't even, like, that grungy on this. Give it, like, actual warplane camo. Sure. Fireside one? That one's not bad on the armor. I like the hood, I just don't care for the yellow on this. We'll do it. Alright. Well, if that's not gonna give us thing over and over. Our priestess. So 290, we need a secondary, a heavy, arms, and the cloak. So we need 4 more pieces to get to 290. And once those two are at 290, we should start getting 300s on Titan. We should. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I'm far away. My grenade is so slow. Dangerous Daffy? What is this guy's name? Plunked? What does he got on his... Okay, a health warlock. Alright. What does that even do on Warlock? I don't think that does much. Alright, Daffy. And I should have prismatic within like a second. There we go. Oh, challenge, go away. I can't see my stuff. An ammo. Oh no. Why are you going for me, man? Theory's almost done. I need to get back. There's one. Is that it? I think that's it. Could explode any second now. Get out of your way, dude. Why do you have my grenade, man? Nice. Come on. Hopefully, if I can actually hit 300 for the raid tomorrow, we'll be fine.
She's down, Barracks. It's over.
Boots, legs,
All of them. All
or
of
boots,
Barracks'
arms.
lieutenants.
Same
Their
thing.
Entire council.
The reign of the Kill of Darkness is ended. Thanks to the Guardian. But in death, Aramis becomes myth. Immortal.
$2.99.
Legacy will go on. New champions will rise in her name. We must stay always vigilant.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, stasis. Bus. Champions is easy to do, so that one's not really a worry. Data pads, could do delve, but I don't really want to. Oh. Is my lowest 85? 84. Could just continue the quest, I guess. Seeing this in the helicopter one? I want to see them just put a boat. Like, I know they've done other boats with stuff, but I want to see like an actual ironclad. Do I? Too many voices. I think that'll be better.
Hello? This is Lodi. Ms. Ray said you received my distress call. Ms. Ray asked that I contact the little Sputnik to work with you both on next steps.
Sputnik?
Is there something I should call you? Apart from Guardians, of course.
This is the Guardian. You can call them Guardian, thank you. I am called Ghost.
Pleasure to be working with you, Mr. Ghost. The Ionians are in less dire straits now, but if anything triggers the singularity, we risk losing the planetoid. Between a black hole on one side and the Archon on the other, the locals had no choice but to seal their settlement. They've been trying to track down that capsule you picked up for ages. Head to the big mechanism at the center of the village. The Ionians call it the Altar of Relativity.
Okay, well.
Guardian, the trail we followed here to this planetoid is the strongest through that mechanism.
The singularity must be beyond there. Contained thanks to the Ionians. If Drifter's right, the source of our invitation and the source of the singularity are one and the same. I think the Nine are here. Keep this to yourselves for the moment. Our top priority is stabilizing this planetoid, unless the Nine plan to interfere. They're not a concern.
Lodi, we're at the altar.
Mr. Ghost, this is Lodi. Excellent. Go ahead and drink the contents.
Drink?
No, that can't be right. You do not want to do that. Just say again, do not drink the dark matter in that container. Pour the contents into the mechanism. Hold on, I was provided a diagram. I am so sorry. Ionian verbs change based on the size and shape of the container. I'm still getting a hang of the beverage cutoff. Seems to be somewhere around 2 liters. Anyways,
Okay.
The canister contents need to get poured into the mechanism, and all you need to do is drop it in.
Alright. Waboom. Waboosh. Oh. Our gravity captured your attention. Remain attentive. I'm attentive. Edge of Fate.
Guardian, Mr. Ghost, allow me to introduce you to Dean Rebecca, leader of the Ionians.
Dean Rebecca. I've never heard the name Dean. It's beautiful.
Well, the Ionians use a sort of academic hierarchy from what I can tell. And wait, you've never heard the title Dean before?
No. Is it an Ionian name?
No, they use it as a mark of high status here. And so you know, they haven't seen other humans in centuries. Be patient with them. Our presence here is tremendously significant.
Hello, Dean.
Translating what I can, the
I-
Dean's honored to encounter the first new humans in centuries. She says the Ionians' deity, the thing they call the Holy Anomaly, is on the other side of the altar, threatened by the Singularity. The capsule we put into the altar stabilizes rings of the lock to keep the Singularity contained. It's a collection of dark matter she called a strangelet. You'll need to get through the lock if you want to find out what's on the other side. We'll need your muscle, Guardian.
Oh, my muscle. Well, be a decent level now. Or maybe not. I lag a little when I do that. I don't get why. That was easy. I don't know why I'm lagging so much now. Ugh. Turn around. There we go.
So Lodi, tell me more about how you got here. The more we know, the better chance we can find a solution.
All I know is I woke up here 4 weeks ago in a singed suit. I don't remember how I got here. I know I'm from Earth. I remember my family, but not much else.
That sounds like how a light bearer would wake up, but you don't have a ghost.
No, I'm alive. I mean, you probably know more about this place than I do. But I do remember hearing Guardians have a complicated relationship with memory. Is there any truth to that?
That's a fairly common question. Guardians forget who we were before our first resurrection. We forget in exchange for the light.
Shame. Feels cruel.
Yeah. He's such a good character. I hope Destiny is a thing for him to get way larger. I hope Destiny, you guys hit the actor's name. I hope this is a thing to drive his career forward, like, leaps. Like, he's already successful. He's already a good actor.
You brought them my message, capsized.
But
Find my
I hope this,
frequency.
like,
I'm not Neon.
skyrockets it.
No way. Orin. Neon. Orin, what happened to you? I thought you were locked in as the Nine's errand runner. You were gone.
Yes, but my memory is a mess. It's all vetiver. Oh, damn it. Rig transponder. You can pinpoint my location.
Alright. Oh, wait. I don't really care for the Aeon gear right now. Are you serious? That's messed up, man.
The hell, Orin? Why do you sound like you ate a dream journal?
Petrichor. Damn it. I am not adjusting to linear time well.
See that?
I am no longer emissary.
Oh,
I quit.
damn.
You quit?
You can do that? I really want him to... If he had a little thing of like, you can do that? After? I think that would have finished that line better, but alright. I feel like that was everybody's response after hearing that, apart from just you quit. Of, you can do that? Or maybe they didn't because of that. That might be the case.
Thought you'd ascended or something. Become a higher being. I didn't know you could quit being emissary.
Me either. But with the right motivation, anything is starlight. You'd be proud. I'm molted.
Oh, I have to know what you mean by molted.
Exactly what it sounds like. I wanted my body back. I wanted my
Fair.
will back.
Hobgoblin. Damn. Shattered. Reduced to pieces. I don't know why I'm lagging so much here. It must just be story stuff, because I don't usually lag in this
We gotta
area.
Find her. She only just found shoes, for Pete's sake. Got your location, Orin. Never thought I'd hear from you again.
Scrambled eggs. I meant to deliver a message, but can't remember what it is. I know the Nine will need a replacement emissary. They will not find one nearby on the X-axis. They will need to search a millennia up and down the Y.
Okay. Hey, Oren.
My message found you. I'm Orin, once a guardian, like you. When I last reached out to the Vanguard, I warned you of the Nine's fallibility. The results of that fallibility are in play now, I think. You will fix it.
Yep.
But how isn't clear. Everything I knew is scattered. My will cleaved from service and rough-hewn clay. It wasn't bloodless, but I know I chose this for a reason. I did. In my memory, when I touch my hand to the moment, I am overcome with dissonance, and another shape, buried in noise, assuming my place.
I like her gauntlet.
I must speak sharpness to the Drifter. A tint on knowledge held, but still unknown. I'll need your help hunting down the fate that brought us here.
The gauntlet and pauldron she has? Top tier.
So, Orin, you quit and now you're just here?
Mitosis. Annoying you had to see me like this now. Scrambled eggs and someone else's shoes. How have you been?
Oh, busy. Feet planted on the ground more often than not. Seeing someone new these days.
Oh.
Oh, good. Good for you. Can't say the same. I've been too busy corralling my electrons. Who are you seeing?
It's, Eris Morn.
You have a type, Drifter. I'm happy for you both. Really.
Damn. All right. Oh, let's go over there. How do I get to that? Have I done this one? I have not. Ah. Okay. Well, I do know how to get it. Yeah, there should be a Lodi interaction up here. Nope. Never mind.
They're clearly very upset, and I don't blame them. Abduction is terrifying. I still haven't been able to suss out why talks with the Exiles went south. I mean, these are poor circumstances for negotiation.
The readings on Kepler are still spiking. The singularity is still a threat. We'll need the Ionians' help if we want to open that lock.
True. Okay, that's it, I guess. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. 10 out of 10.
That's just as many researchers as the Emeritus said there would be. Didn't lose anyone. That's a relief.
I wonder if you might shed some light on something while we're still learning the language. This settlement is obviously well established, over decades if not centuries, but I see little in the way of weapon emplacements or true fortifications. Has there been no conflict all that time?
That's the gist I'm getting. The Vex are new, and the Elixni, well, they used to have a working trade relationship. Armed conflict is new for the locals. You got my favorite thank you! Nice work, Guardian. You reunited the Ionians with their loved ones.
The scale of this problem concerns me. Our forces aren't so robust as to defend this whole settlement indefinitely, and defense is fruitless if we can't stabilize the singularity. We just discovered a lost colony. This discovery changes how we see our own system. How many others are out there?
Too many. Too many lost cities. The whole point of us being the last city was there was nobody else. Oh, that's a bad spot. Is that a... I thought there was gonna be more dialogue, that's my bad. I don't need to... okay.
Guardian, you have one new call.
This is growing on me, the phone call thing.
You've made great strides in communicating with the Ionians. We've learned their language has multiple origins. Little wonder it needs such effort. Understanding comes not a moment too soon. Between the Elixni and the Vex, the situation here is unstable. And we have so much to learn from them. I followed your example in translating. Script first, then words. These notes you recovered, unbelievable. The advances this outlines in gravitational manipulation, without the light. And that's only one thesis. I hope some of them at least will be amenable to returning to Earth. We cannot lose this connection. We simply can't.
If you're a researcher, and I'm trying to think of like, if someone in current day times, again, there's ads coming in 20 seconds, it's gonna be a minute and a half. If someone in current day time was told, hey, without restriction, would you like to go see and document and test out your theories when the Aztec Empire was at like the peak of its power, or like any previous culture or time period, but you might not be able to go back home? There would be a lot of people that wouldn't, but to think like only a limited number would want to. We haven't hit that point in this story yet. I imagine some of these researchers are clawing to get access to paracausal stuff to go back to Earth to... I mean, we have gravity-defying tech here. Imagine Neo Moon, like Neo Moon and Moonian? Scientists from Neo Moona and here and the Cryptarchs all forging something together. The culmination of human interaction. I think it'd be sick. I gotta use quick bathroom break though, so BRB. Give me like, I don't know, I'll just be right back. All right. There. Oh, my headphones.
The destructive activity in the agricultural zone is reading as Vex. They're the ones attacking the food supply.
Of course.
Stop me if this one is obvious, but do Vex need to eat?
No.
Not in any fashion we'd recognize.
Sounds like an empty life. Then this is just sabotage against the Ionians.
As if they weren't facing enough. The Nine, the Vex, and a singularity ripping the planet apart. That's too obvious a coincidence to ignore.
The Nine what?
Simply the Nine. They exist outside of time as far as we understand it. Difficult to confirm on the best of days.
I don't remember. What was the way through here? Hi, Kelly. How's it going? How's it going? I'm doing good. I gave my brother a haircut today. That for some reason he didn't appreciate. How's your day going? Yeah, he paid me in $3 a pennies. I'm lurking. That's fair.
That Vex looks like it's protecting something. Guardian, watch out.
Are we doing more boulders tonight? Or is it a break from that?
The Vex tended to just let me pass on by before you showed up.
Excuse me? The Vex ignored you.
Guess they didn't see me as a threat. What can I say? I have a friendly face.
Well, okay. I get
Lodi,
that.
How are you so adept with the Ionians' language? You said you've been here a few weeks, at best.
Oh, I was made for this. I'm a translator. I especially love languages I've never heard before.
I get that, but I was trying to follow just somebody. I didn't think Thorny was gonna min-max and immediately try to just speedrun through things. I was kind of expecting just like, oh, you know, take it a little slow, like, whatever. I wasn't expecting him to just want to pool all the party's money together. Or Manny to have guns. The guns are cool. Yeah. So like I was trying to stick with you and Manny, and then trying to help out. Because my head was also hurting. I want to play Baldur's with people, but then it's like playing Baldur's with people is hard sometimes. But yeah. Anything, well, like 3 people are fine. Like when Matney, Joan, and I do it, it's fine some of the time. But yeah, mostly a duo solo game. It gets too confusing. Oh, that's big stuff. It's kind of like trying to do stuff in Destiny with people. I love playing with people, but I want to do a duo with Matney and just bad bitch out. You should. And then stream it so we can see in the Discord. The I feel like most games are better, mostly just either as duo or like a solo. Especially like Destiny. Unless you want to do like a raid or something. More than 2 people gets a little much.
There's the Vex.
The Devastator Mind. Yeah, let me put the music back on. But maybe I can do a duo with Jonah if he has time. Because I'm sure Jonah would absolutely hate that. You finished it twice? Yeah. I've gotten to Act... I've only gotten to Act 2 twice.
Get that shield down.
And that was with you, and then with Jonah and Matney. And I don't know what it is. I can't host for whatever reason. My computer will die. I don't get it. Wait, where's the... What? I don't remember where the thing is. I don't know where the thing is, man. Okay, dude, I get it. You're loud and annoying. I'm sure Jonah would want to do one. There it is. No, that's not it. Where the hell's the tube? It should be it. Remove the shields. I did the thing. They should be gone. Okay. Oh, it's just the tunnel is hard to get into, that's why. This is the worst kind of puzzle system, where they just kind of put it in, and then just expect you to figure it out, no prompt. Because, like, I can barely fit in that, man. A Gale portrait? That's a good idea. Gale, Illinois. Will he be hungry in that too, or no? Man is always hungry? Yeah. Loud ass enemy. I'm booting my evil run because I'm like a splingus away from beating it. Ooh.
Guardian, we should take a scan of that drive. See if there's any data stuck offline the Ionians need.
Would love to. Give me that data. Num num num.
It's incredible. Terms I recognize mapped to advanced concepts, prefixes and suffixes as used in agricultural science. We can use this. Let me do some analyzing, but this is a huge missing piece to understanding the Ionians.
Okay, well, cool. Cool.
Under the circumstances, what keeps the Ionians here? We could begin evacuation proceedings. They would be safe back on Earth.
But they wouldn't be home. They could take a piece of Kepler with them, sure, but it's not the same.
Homes can be replaced, but lives can't.
The Ionians might feel differently about that. This place is sacred to them. The universe determined they belong here. Singularity or not, we can't tell people to pack up and leave yet. Not without helping people who've been stranded from the rest of humanity.
Agreed. No one's leaving until we learn more.
$298. I just need a good version of that shotgun, man. 54. 56. Stop.
Lodi, those Vex. You need to know who controls them. Her name is Maya, the conductor. She was human once.
What's her objective?
On the surface, to return our current time to a more prosperous one. But her true motive is to reunite with her spouse.
I know. The exiles have gotten into the, progenitor ship.
It's the remnants of the colony ship they arrived in. Any vibrational disruption could dislodge the lock and speed the singularity's growth.
We'd better move fast. Someone once told me that a shuttle quarter that size can go up like a bomb.
All right.
The ship the Elixni have taken over. You're saying it's the very one the Ionians came here in?
Part of it, anyway. What's left. They converted it to a permanent emplacement, but they still call it the progenitor ship. The mother of the Ionians. It's the source of all their tools. They put a little piece in every building. Every scientist gets a shot of the hull when they graduate. If the ship goes up, there's a lot the Ionians can't do. Do you have any experience with bomb disposal?
Yes.
We've handled plenty of mines before. This shouldn't be a problem.
Put him in.
This style of ship is quite old. Even with only this much left, it's incredible. I haven't seen anything like it. The material could have been affected by the time anomaly here. That could account for the relatively good condition.
As a frame of reference, how old would you say it is compared to your ships?
Easily hundreds of years.
Oh.
Poor Lodi. Yeah, this is an insane ship.
That equipment sure looks Elixni. Let's see if we can tease it free.
Oh, what's up, dude?
An exile captain? We must be doing some real damage if they're deploying like this.
Okay, 6 out of 10. Please heal. Please heal.
Guardian, the mines. If even one of them goes off, it threatens the entire material supply for the settlement.
Come on! Idiot. Nice.
No more anomalous energy signatures. Good work, Guardian. The Ionians are safe because of you.
We haven't put a scratch on the House of Exile. The Ionians say the Archon's only out to speed up the Singularity's growth. He's just gonna throw more gas on the fire.
The Guardian will be able to stabilize the Singularity once we get through. There are too many problems, and all of them are connected.
You have no idea.
Unless you have any ideas, then we have to consider evacuation. Reunification with humanity. After centuries apart.
Centuries? No. No, them coming to Earth would be existentially disorienting.
Lodi, please don't mistake me. This is the Ionians' home. We have to believe there's a way for them to return safely.
And what if there isn't?
Then, oh well. We open up another part of the city. 298 for a tier 1? Whoa, yippee! Just taking nibbles out of the sandwich of power. What's up, dude? What's up, dude?
They found you so fast. My name is Orin. My name was Nasan R. Was Nasya Sawa.
Can I not put the capsules in? Damn. I guess I haven't collected any. Where am I going? Commencement. so close.
Orin, can you fight?
Persimmon! Oh, yes. Lodi, you can help. Can you see down the Valley of Time? 2 minutes ahead.
I am very sorry, ma'am, but I do not know what you're saying.
Take your time, Orin. Guardian, draw out Maya's Vex. The Vex signals Dean Rebecca provided are cloaked. Something's not right. Vex outposts are usually interlinked. Take these ones down first, and it will weaken the others in hiding.
Alright. Whoa. Hello, random
Here's
enemies.
the Vex Icora was talking about.
That was easy.
Clear up the signals in the area, and bam! We have the location on a bigger boss. And we can use that one to get to the biggest boss.
The
Let's go.
conductor. Can I get up something, please?
So, we think there's a Strangelet capsule at the ritual site Dean Rebecca told us about. Do you think it was there all along?
It's possible. The way the Ionians talk about dark matter, like even elementary particles of the universe contain a spirit in their way.
The capsule is better this way. It's fading for me, but I hear the singularity as well, in the distance.
Like a groan. You hear it too?
A little creepy of a response, Lodi, but alright. Move in. Let me hide my tube. Come on, pop off, blow up. There you go. Is that gonna go? Oh, it does go to the distance. Yippee! Come on, man. Stay in one spot.
As we've been speaking with the Ionians and moving through their settlement, I've been constructing a theory. It needs work, but the nascent form is this. After the collapse, few people were leaving Earth. More recently, we would notice. And the Ionians are truly humans. I think they must have come here during the Golden Age. Maybe even before.
You keep saying that word.
Golden
Collapse?
Age. Oh.
I've never heard the Ionians say Golden Age or anything like it, but they've mentioned a span of time that was good. Better? Could be it.
Where are you going?
Lodi, you said your vocation was translating. Now that you've added the Ionians to your repertoire, how many do you speak?
Fluently 4, passively 9, only written 2. Not many folks to speak them with these days. I grew up speaking 3 at home. I've learned the others in school. Here and there, anyone who would teach me. Those 2 written ones, maybe I can learn how to pronounce them.
Come on, man. Being lame. Kicking me out of that. Alright, off we go.
The Ionians were overwhelmingly kind when I arrived. They've never seen anyone they didn't recognize.
More than that, the Ionians are the only ones who know anything meaningful about what's beyond the altar, and are willing to speak to us about it.
How do we protect them? They can't stay like this, but they can't go either.
We say.
Your continued interference has been noticed.
The Conductor. Even out here, anyone who stands in the way of restoring your new golden age ends up trampled. You're here to make things worse.
Am I? I understand our designs for the future seem mutually exclusive to you, but I have ignored the Guardians since Nessus.
No,
What power does this Maya bear?
you haven't.
It's hives and nausea. Whatever paracausality she wields is fundamentally rule-breaking.
She's still going to throw everything she has to get us out of the way. Gate Lord incoming!
You chase a villain of your own imagination. My goals are not against you. They are above you. Now, leave us.
Alright, well. Alright, why did it not? Come on. Why did it just cut my grapple? Don't play the audio again. You're good.
She's still going to throw everything she has to
Alright.
get us out of the way. Gate Lord incoming!
Does it feel like my gear got worse the moment I started the battle? Load. Take that. And boom. And there we go. Gamble's ready. See ya. How can you shoot me through the rocks, man? Break, break, break. Thank you. There you go, first try.
So, Maya wants to return us to the Golden Age.
Yes.
The Ionians haven't talked about it. When was the Golden Age?
It ended centuries ago. There's reason to suspect the Ionian ancestors arrived before it began. Imagine watching the world end from the edge of the system.
What world?
Earth.
When?
What do you mean, when?
I mean, what do you mean the world ended?
There is no way you don't know.
Stop.
What do you mean, no way you don't know?
How long ago? How long? When did the world end?
So many records were wiped out. We don't have an exact number. Hundreds of years ago.
They're gone. Are you kidding me? Just like that? There was an apocalypse, and it's ancient history, and that's it. I mean, didn't someone think that to etch a date in a stone or something helpful? There's no time capsules, there's no bunkers, just gone?
Rasputin.
And I can't undo any of it.
Lodi. That would have never been possible. Surely you know this.
No. I don't know.
You're not the first person to wake up lost. I'll tell you what I tell the others. The Golden Age rose, and fell, and then so did the Dark Age. There were few of us then, and survival barely eked out. But we did. Humans live. We built a city. In time, there will be more.
There were hundreds.
I know. Can you tell me what you do remember?
What does it matter now? I'm sorry. I was... sorry. It's such a simple question, but I know. I remember stars. I used to drive out into the country to see them.
What's up, Oatmeal?
As bright as they were hundreds of years ago. Oh, always used to take my breath away. Just looking up, realizing all over again how much more was out there that nobody saw. Guess the stars aren't such a wonder anymore. Out here.
There are still mysteries.
Laptop wasn't connected to the internet. I had to do... Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, Oatmeal.
Their identity is so tied to this place, to this work. I wonder if they would be happy if we evacuated them to the city. To take them away from it would be the same as if we left Soul and the Traveler behind. Our purpose becomes null.
I need a little Eric. Guardian, come find me in the temple.
Lodi, are you there? Everything okay?
No. I can't go back. How long ago was the collapse? Were any of you there?
No one alive was there. We can still see skyscrapers.
What cities?
None. The collapse was centuries ago, Lodi.
Okay, though, I got some honey. Hot honey chicken. Ooh. That's good.
This is bad. This is extremely bad.
You didn't lose anything important, right?
Just
In the
put
reset?
the damn thing in the thing. I need to figure out how to word this.
Because that's the worst part, is if you couldn't save things.
God! Just my luck. Of course it's broken.
Check outside. There might be another. If we can't get through, we're never going to reach the anomaly.
This is very, very bad. I could handle abduction, but this, I'm imperiled. I can't return. I have to abandon Odysseus protocol. Guardian, can you get everyone on comms?
I don't keep important things on my laptop, luckily. Okay. That's good. Because that's happened a couple times where we've like had to reset something and we weren't able to save some stuff. And it's like, or when we do, it's always good. Power reset.
What's going on?
I want you all to know, at once, that I sincerely apologize. I withheld the nature of my arrival. It was for the sake of the place I'm in service to. My people protect many secrets, but now it's clear I'm too imperiled to continue this deception. I've concluded I'm in deep shit.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Miss Ray, you explained how Guardians used to be just people who died and then were reborn. You said they forgot everything about their old lives. Maybe part of you knows you can believe me.
Out with it, Lodi.
My people and I discovered a signal in deep space which connected to an object we found under our city. It brought me here. All the way from the space age before the collapse. I'm from the past.
Dang.
How?
I picked up a phone.
Damn. Oh, cutscene time.
I felt the ringing more than I heard it. The when and where doesn't matter anymore. It's all gone. What does matter is that the unknown was calling. Long distance. I knew if I didn't pick up that phone, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. But whatever was on the other end wasn't chatty. Reached out, pulled me through time and space. I should have been afraid. Because it was one horror show after the next. I was skipping around like a needle across the record, jumping from track to track because of my will was not my own.
I've heard that.
But I wasn't afraid. Not of death. Not of aliens. Not of whatever this was.
Oh, hi, Maple. What's up, Stinky? Hi. What's got you licking your lips? You hungry? Yeah. Hi.
Only the Vex have come close to time travel, but not like this.
You want to say hi to chat?
Can you go back?
Not as Neon.
Oren's right. I don't think I can now.
You could have told us at any time. Why conceal the truth?
Protocol, I didn't know if I could trust you. In my time, I worked for an organization called the Department of External Observation. The DEO was trying to make contact with extraterrestrials. So we had protocol to follow in the event of abduction. That protocol meant concealing who I was and where I was from to keep my people safe, but they're all gone. I'm alone, and I need help.
Hell of a trip you hitchhiked. Sheesh. I've got a drink if you need one, kid.
You know, I think... What's my next step? I think this may be where we end today. Tomorrow,
Eons ago, the
we have a
Nine
raid,
gave
so we
me
might... I'll probably stream
something. Said
that.
I'd know what to do with it when the time came. Now, I ain't above looking a gift horse in the mouth. But this horse, well, it ain't got no mouth. You've seen it. That haul I got strapped to the back of the derelict. Time came and went. I all but gave up. Thought I was doomed to drag half a planet's worth of dead weight behind me until old Soul froze over. But listen, hero. Ever since we got here, something's been scratching at the back of my brain. The hall's acting up. I don't reckon I know what to do with it, but I've got a thought. You could go so far as to call it an inkling. You've banked a lot of motes over the years. Maybe it's time to cash out.
Oh. Yeah, I think this is where we'll end. Tomorrow will be a longer stream because we have that raid. Okay. So I think that's what we'll do. Chat. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for watching the ads. But this is it for today. I'll see you all tomorrow. Go eat, go drink, get over whatever rest you need. Discord and YouTube are down below. Or if you're on YouTube. Ever. Just Twitch. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you whenever. Goodbye, chat.